Hopefully they'll sit in and
May I approach Mr. Mayor? With So in this consideration, but it's not a consideration. No, that's not what's on the agenda, it was revised. You had a revised, you changed it, we talked about that. About changing that very It's not a reconsideration. Agenda?
So basically, if we have to read
I just wanted to send you. Yes, you do. You do it selectively.
yeah, it is Carolina. It's worth a non-trip to the hospital. That's why. Is that one of those deals where I tell you anything, a list of something? Yeah, that's right.
A little bit after 6:30, I'm going to give Caleb a couple minutes to get here before we start the meeting.
All at once.
Good evening.
In the order on the list here? Okay. You ready? You ready, Mike? Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all to the regular council meeting of Wednesday, February 2nd, 2019.
Can't hear you.
Can I ask that we all stand and join me in the pledge of allegiance? Pledge of allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now I ask for a moment of silence. Okay, next on the list is the adoption of minutes for the regular meeting of December 18th.
Will we adopt the minutes as presented?
Second?
Moved and seconded. Any discussion, council? Not hearing any, I think we're already to vote. All those in favor of the adoption of the minutes of December 18th, 2018, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those against, nay. Ayes have it, that passes. Next on the agenda is the swearing in of the councilors that were elected in November of 18. We're going to do these one at a time, and we'll start with Timothy P. Nichols of District 1.
So Tim will come up front and will officially swear you in. You want to raise your right hand and repeat after me.
I,
Timothy P. Nichols,
Timothy P. Nichols,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
and will obey the laws of the United States
and will obey the laws of the United States
and of the state of Maine,
and of the state of Maine,
and that I will in all respects
that I will in all respects
observe the provisions of the Charter
observe the provisions of the Charter
and ordinances of the town of Pittsfield,
and ordinances of the town of Pittsfield,
and will faithfully discharge the duties
and will faithfully discharge the duties
of the office of Counselor,
of the office of Counselor,
District 1,
District 1,
3-year term,
3-year term,
according to the Constitution and laws of the state.
according to the Constitution and the laws of the state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You are a new counselor who's going to sign the paperwork right now.
No good time like the present.
Yeah, all right, so there you go. And then the next council will be Heather Donahue.
Heather Donahue, District 4.
Thank you so much. So Heather, you put up your right hand and repeat after me. I, Heather J. Donahue,
Heather J. Donahue,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
and will obey the laws of the United States
and will obey the laws of the United States
and of the state of Maine,
and of the state of Maine,
that I will in all respects
that I will in all respects
observe the provisions of the Charter
observe the provisions of the Charter
and ordinances
and ordinances
of the town of
of
Pittsfield,
the town of Pittsfield,
and will faithfully discharge
and will faithfully discharge
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
of Counselor District 4,
of Counselor District 4,
term 3 years,
term of 3 years,
according to the Constitution
according to the Constitution
and laws of the state.
and laws of the state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Very good. You are
Thank you.
legal, and we'll have you sign. And by the phone. Very good. Thank you so much. And our last counselor will be Deborah A. Billings, counselor at large. And Deborah's going to have to move up here afterwards. So you put up your right hand and repeat after me. I, Deborah A. Billings,
I, Deborah A. Billings,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
or affirm
and affirm
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
and will obey the laws of the United States
and will obey the laws of the United States
and of the state of Maine,
and of the state of Maine,
that I will in all respects
that I will in all respects
observe the provisions of the Charter
observe the provisions of the Charter
and ordinances of the town of Pittsfield,
and ordinances of the town of Pittsfield,
and will faithfully discharge
and will faithfully discharge
the duties of the office of Counselor at Large,
the duties of the office of Counselor at Large,
term 3 years,
term 3 years,
according to the Constitution
according to the Constitution
and laws of the state.
and laws of the state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So we'll have you sign. Here. And then we'll give Deborah a moment to move up to the vacant spot. And the councils may move around after that. Very good. You are all set. So we'll give you a moment to bring things up.
All set there? Okay. Next is presentations, congratulations, and introductions. First is the Bicentennial Committee presentation on the boat launch, and I believe William Cunningham is here this evening to present that to us.
low tech, but it works. My name's Bill Cunningham. I'm the chairman of the Bicentennial Boat Launch Committee. Tonight I want to give you a brief update of the proposed hand-carry boat launch that will be built at Fenimore Park this year. Through a combined effort of my committee, the town manager, the town building inspector, and a team of 3 engineers at Kleinschmidt, we produced in November a master plan for the construction of the boat launch that we feel will meet quite well all the needs and expectations of the boating public and all the other stakeholders in this project. If you take your plans in front of you and turn to the second page, you will see the details of the layout of the launch site. And on the right side, under these project notes, you can read about how the actual construction of this launch site will be done. The other pages show the plans for the staircase boat slide that extends down from the top of the bank down to the edge of the water in the mill pond. And on the last sheet, you'll see the plans for the public boat shelter. Its master plan, we feel, will produce a hand-carry boat launch site that is long-lasting, is very safe and secure, has a very low environmental impact, is low maintenance, and complies with the rules of the ADA, that is the Federal Americans with Disabilities Act. The town attorney has approved the plan, and also all the recommendations put forth by the town's liability insurance company to make it a low-risk area will be followed. We are presently hard at work filling out the town's 18-page application for a site evaluation review that will hopefully gain the approval of the planning board later this month, so that the Kleinschmidt engineers and the building inspector can proceed with obtaining all the necessary local, state, and federal permits to allow the launch site to be built according to this master plan and finished by mid-June in time for the big bicentennial celebration week. Before construction is started, my committee will help, with help from the town manager and area construction experts, will figure out what materials and skills are needed for the site's construction, and will solicit local contractors to make gifts in kind of labor and materials, and solicit the public to make donations of money and unskilled volunteer labor so that the boat launch can be constructed without the use of taxpayer money or any loans. As another part of the launch project, new warning signs and float ropes will be added where needed along the Mill Pond River waterway to improve boater safety around the Waverly Dam and the Pioneer Dam. I will return in early February to ask you, the council, for your final approval of this project after the planning board has approved it. Do you have any questions or concerns about the project that I could provide answers to at this time?
Bill, if somebody wants to bring their kayak or canoe and they want to leave it there, they bring their own locker to secure it.
Yeah, what the deal will be when we have this, we call it it looks, this boat shelter looks exactly like a picnic table.
Like a berth to put them in.
And actually, this is modeled after the picnic table shelter that is behind the skills workshop out on Heartland Avenue. If you go up there and look at it, it was made by an Eagle Scout. Beautifully done. And I had Kleinschmidt actually draw up the plans from some photographs I took of it. And it's really rugged, but what you would do, we've got to work out some method. The person would probably go to the town office and get a little sticker with the year on it, say 2019. And it would probably be free. And you'd put that on your boat, on your kayak, your paddle board, or canoe, and you would put it over there in the shelter with your chain on it and your padlock. There's a big sign that says, this is all at your own risk, you know. So the town is not held responsible for any damage or whatever, but usually people that kayak or canoe or paddleboard, they have all kinds of boats, and you put your oldest one over there just in case. But what it is that there's a lot of people in town here at work every day in these buildings that love to go out and kayak, particularly during their lunch hour. So they can run down there, jump in, kayak around the mill pond and the river, and get back in time to resume their work at 1 o'clock. And some of us like to bike and walk so the seniors can leave their boats down there, and we can walk down there or bike down there. If we have to lug our paddles and stuff, but you can go out and paddle and put it back. And you leave your boat there for the whole season.
Okay. And how many boats can it fit on?
Well, it depends on the size.
Of the boat? Yeah.
I would estimate at least 10, maybe 12, depending on the size.
Okay.
Bangor does this down on their waterfront and has had very good luck with it, very low vandalism, and that's where I kind of got the idea for it. What we're hoping in the long run, beyond the bicentennial, is that something like this will attract families to town, young families that want active things to do for their children and themselves. Pittsfield has, vast assets. We have the ski slope, the golf course, the recreational trail, and we need to develop our waterway a lot more for recreation, and this will develop it right through the center of town.
So if they, I haven't been kayaking. My husband has a thing against boats. So if they put in there, they would have to portage over the dam to get to the lower section, like to go down to the park.
You wouldn't
Or
go. You wouldn't
you would
go
just
that
go
way.
north. You would
That
just go
that river
upward.
is not very good down there. A lot of rocks.
Not enough
In the
water.
summertime, there's not a lot of water in it.
Okay.
If you're going to portage anywhere, you would portage over the Waverly Dam and get up to the Pinnacle side of it and go
And then come
upriver.
down.
Beautiful kayaking, paddling up all the way to Heartland.
Okay.
Beautiful, clear, beautiful, pure water now, from what it used to be years ago. MCI has their gym classes held there in the spring and the fall, in the mill pond and in that section of the river above Waverly where they teach kayak and canoe paddling. That's why we have made provisions in this boat launch area for the storage of their canoes and their boats and their boat trailers. We've worked closely with the PE instructor up there, Mike Libby. He's just thrilled. And he said, what we want to do next is cut a little trail from below the Waverly Dam so the kids can take their boats out, learn to portage them up above the dam and put in at the Pinnacle boat launch. So that's kind of the next project. So everything will be kind of continuous north of there. Well, if you have any questions after you study your materials, you can always reach me by phone or email. Be glad to help you out and answer anything. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Bill. It's been a joy to work with you. You're a committee member that does a lot of work.
Okay, next is community and economic development activities and events.
Very good. I will be very brief because we do have a lot of items on the agenda. First, I will note that the Central Maine Egg Festival Committee recently met and went over the profit margin for the last Egg Festival, which took place in July 2018. And after all the bills were paid, the Egg Festival made $1,653. And so the committee members have talked about how the Egg Festival Committee pays for all of the expenses to run the entire Egg Festival Kiwanis Carnival, and plans to meet with the Carnival, with the Kiwanis Club to talk more about the overall splitting of the costs of items. So that's something that's coming up in the future because it is a lot of work to make a profit of around $2,000. But again, it is a nice event. So this is something that will be discussed. The committee members voted at their last meeting last month that they would meet with the Greater Area Kiwanis Club and talk more about how everything is all set up at Manson Park. On to the 47th Central Maine Egg Festival Theme Contest. This is open to all citizens, businesses, and organizations in the Central Maine area. The contest winner with the winning entry will receive ride bracelets for a family of 4 for the Kiwanis Carnival and have the opportunity to ride in the big parade in a classic or antique vehicle. Pittsfield is celebrating 200 years in 2019, so we're looking for a theme for the Egg Festival that ties in with the Pittsfield's 200th or Pittsfield's bicentennial. And so these forms have been put out through the school system. We're starting to get a lot of different interesting entries, and the entries that are always interesting and the ones that have been picked in the past have been from the students, which is absolutely wonderful. So we're hoping for a lot of entries, and those entries will be reviewed in January and a theme picked by the Central Maine Egg Festival for the 47th event, which will be taking place this July coming up. On to a few other very quick items for community and economic development. We had announced at the last few meetings a variety of new businesses, so I just wanted to promote those a bit. Amanda Sparkles has opened Gracier Photography at 168 Estelle Street, so it's good to have photography back in town. We have some other photographers, but to have another studio is very good. Maine Central Motors is open at 485 Main Street as a used car dealer. Susie Morton's new flower and gift shop will be opening at Somerset Plaza in the near future in the former Korean's gift shop location, located by Subway. She's renovating the building and they are very excited about everything. The town office is very fortunate. Susie is our recreation director and she has been bringing down all kinds of beautiful flower displays for us, so this is wonderful. And we will notify everyone when she opens, which will be shortly. Holly Zager's Yoga Studio, Sundew Studio, is gaining a lot of interest in customers. That facility is open. It's located at 113 North Lancy Street, and it is at the wonderful business center that houses a variety of small businesses and entrepreneurs. And we have Dental Lace's new packaging fulfillment center for online orders was announced back in October, and that is at the former McMahon's Auto property on Main Street, so they're working on that project. We also did receive recently, very recently since the last council meeting, an offer for 2 of the Pittsfield Industrial Park's lots, so that is excellent. There are 7 lots in the Pittsfield Industrial Park expansion, which was paid for entirely by federal and state dollars. We did not have any tax dollars in it with the exception of time of the staff. And so there are 7 lots, one of which had been sold a long time ago. 2 lots were sold in 2016, and Nitro Trailers Manufacturing Complex is located on those 2 lots. This offer is for 2 lots in the park, and if that offer is accepted or we negotiate a different price for it, that will leave 2 lots to be sold. So this is excellent news. The Pittsfield Economic Expansion Corporation will be meeting shortly to make a recommendation to the town council. Thank you.
Okay. Next is public hearings, old business, and there is none. Reports. Council committees, Finance Committee, no report this evening. Ordinance Committee, no report this evening. And Recycling Committee.
No report this evening.
Board and committee updates by town councilors and manager. Howard, do you have anything on the bicentennial committee?
Just that the next meeting is next Wednesday, the 9th, at 6 p.m. at MCI, in the Kinney Conference Room.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Heather, do you have anything on the communications?
Yep, the Media and Communications Committee, we didn't have a full committee meeting. I did meet with Michael at the town office last week and briefly went through the website with him, just discussing general and specific attributes of the current town website and some of the limitations with it. Michael's been tasked with updating the website, posting information, maintaining information, and adding information where necessary. He's added the web link for the webcasting, and also the Bicentennial Committee has a link on there now, so there's information about the Bicentennial on there. So currently, there's about 2 gig of storage for the website, and one thing that that I thought that would be interesting to help people get information if they're looking for property here in town would be able to look up the tax cards for properties online. The tax maps are currently on the website, but they're not searchable in any way. It's just a link. You have to know which map you want to look at before, or just look at them all until you find the right street. So they're not searchable or indexed in any way. They're just individual links to the image of it. In order to put the tax cards on there, Mike estimated that it would be about 0.9 gig, which would be about half the capacity of the entire website. So the website we have now, it probably wouldn't be practical to put them on there. There isn't a capacity right now to link a tax card and the map, so it would be 2 separate items. We discussed consolidating information, other general and specific improvements to make the website user friendly. Right now takes about 3 clicks or links through the website in order just to find a council agenda, which is easy for Mike. I pointed out, he's like, oh, well, it's just 3. I'm like, well, it's easy if you know where you want to go on the website and where things are, but I actually tried finding things this week, and it took me a little while to find it, and I knew what I was looking for. So there's a lot of information on the website. A lot of it's out of date and maybe not relevant, or doesn't need to be as prominent on the website. So we discussed archiving some of the information into either yearly or monthly folders instead of having individual items on there. The website is mobile friendly somewhat. Depends on the device that you're looking at it on and what you're looking to find. Mike had already been in contact with the current website service, and he had a detailed email with the cost of switching templates to update the look of the website. The town's currently using one of the most basic templates, and the first generation that was developed by the company. Right now, the costs that were listed were kind of prohibitive as far as updating it and switching all the information from the website we have now to a new updated version. So it seems like our best route right now is to work within what we have and reorganize things to make it easier to find. We talked also about switching to another platform for hosting and for services. There's some problems with that. It'd be costly and difficult to get all the information moved from one hosting site to another. There's also a question about whether or not we own the town domain of townofpittsfield.org. Did they provide you with an information on that after the fact?
No,
not yet. Okay. So there's a question about whether we own it or not, and if we had a new platform, if our actual website address would go with us, or if we'd have to have a new address. There's also the issue of all the emails, that we have 10 emails with the current website. It's not adequate for every staff member to have their own email. And one thing that Howie and I had discussed in committee was the fact that town councilors should have town-based emails instead of having to use our personal emails to send and receive information either between councilors or between staff. That it should all be within the town server for that. So that the website also has the email addresses, so all the emails would change also. The town hosting its own server was an option. The town currently has its own server. It's behind a firewall and currently only stores internal information and records that are generated within the office. It's not connected to the outside world. And that's for security. So any additional server would have to be separate for hosting the website because you wouldn't want them to be talking to each other. And Michael also recommended having a mirroring capacity to have a second server that would be a copy of the current one in another building, just for security reasons. If something happened to this building, there's another copy and an archived copy of everything. So, did I get it all right?
Yes, you did.
Okay, and so the counselors have this full report. I have a couple copies if somebody wants to see it, and it has the, everybody should, Tim, did you get the email this morning that I sent with it? And Bob, you got, okay.
So Heather, we do own our own domain name. I
We do,
registered
okay.
it for 7 years. I think we're 2 years into the last
Okay.
registration. And we used to be able to change the design that was on the website when GovOffice was new. And so we would change that on a regular basis. People really like the American flag one that we have now. However, now that the second generation has come out and it has such expensive costs attached to it, we are grandfathered in with the design that we have. So if we change it, then we're stuck with this other design that's on there that's not very good.
Okay.
So we have touched nothing.
Yeah. The one thing we had talked about was just making it a little less text heavy and putting some pictures of town on there, a little bit bigger. There's some limitations as far as how big the image can be on the page, but I think that showing people some of our beautiful photography that's been done in town will really kind of draw in and create interest if they see that kind of at the banner at the top or along with some of the information.
So
that's on
the
there.
one item that is a restriction with the GovOffice, which we got a great deal on, all the towns in the state of Maine got an option to go with GovOffice at a very reduced price. And now we're seeing the prices go up for all the designs, the additional designs, is that the pictures do not go on easily. It takes quite a bit to get them in the right place. The text is very easy.
Mhm.
It is the easiest website I've ever used.
Okay.
So a little bit more additional information. Thank you.
So did Heather, you got anything else to add?
That's all I have. We haven't had a chance to actually convene a date for the next full committee meeting, but we'll probably do that and let Michael know, and he can put it on the calendar, and we'll hold it in this building, in this room, so if anybody wants to watch and listen, then they can do that.
Yes, I did tell all the committees that from now on, their meetings will be televised.
Yep. 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 So, and we welcome input too. So.
Okay, thank you. Town managers report.
Yes, very good. I'll be brief this evening because we do have a number of items. I would note number one, something we never like to have, but tax acquired property. The tax liens have matured for the 2016 taxes. Normally we have 0 or 1 property. We did pick up a few properties this time. So I'll bring a full report in at the next meeting, which involves also code enforcement. Because when the town picks up properties through tax acquired property, it's never good property. It's always got an issue with it, whether it's contamination or lien problems, mortgage issues, the banks have walked away. There are usually items that need to be addressed. So we will look at that and determine how to proceed forward. And I will note that we're very fortunate with the Pittsfield Community Theater to have interesting movies. We have January 4th through the 10th will be Ralph Breaks the Internet. You're going to wonder how they come up with these ideas with the titles. There will be a matinee on Sunday, January 6th. That will be at 2 p.m. January 11th through the 17th is Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. That will have a matinee on Sunday, January 13th at 2 p.m. January 18th through 24th is Bumblebee. That will have a matinee on Sunday, January 20th at 2 p.m. And January 25th through the 31st is Mary Poppins Returns. That will have a matinee on Sunday, January 27th at 2 p.m. The theater committee wanted everyone to know that they are planning a Valentine's dance for February 9th, 2019 at the Elks Lodge, and there will be more information coming out on that shortly. Thank you so much.
Okay. Next is new business.
Order 19-01. Order that the town council elect from amongst its members a mayor to serve for the 2019 year.
Do we have any nominations?
I nominate Tim Nichols.
Give a second.
I'll second that.
Okay. Yes, Howard.
I nominate Heather Donahue.
I'll second that.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any other nominations? Not hearing any, I'll close nominations. Any discussion? Not hearing any, all those, we go in the order that they were nominated. All those in favor of Tim Nichols for mayor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those against, nay?
Nay.
Okay, we have,
You should call for the vote.
yeah, roll call. Matt?
Aye.
Heather?
Nay.
Howie?
Nay.
Tim?
Aye.
Caleb?
Aye.
Deb?
Nay.
And I vote aye, so that's 4-3. All those in favor of Heather Donahue for mayor, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those against, nay? Nay. So we have another roll call. Matt?
Nay.
Heather?
Aye.
Howard?
Aye.
Tim?
Nay.
Caleb?
Nay.
Deborah?
Aye.
And I'm going to vote nay. So that's 3-4. Tim, you're the new mayor.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, if I may, all ordinances, resolutions, they need to go to audience for the vote for the council. Audience has input on every item on the docket. You did not ask for audience input.
We've already voted now, so I don't know how that.
Validated.
Yeah.
They're validated.
Bob, I have no objection if they want to have audience, if the audience wants
Okay.
to have participation.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. Who wants, anybody in the audience like to speak? Yes.
I would. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I think last year or 2 or 3, we've seen issues and items and matters that need to be dealt with and hard decisions that have to be made. No disrespect to you, Mr. Nichols. You put a significant amount of time with this council, but I think it's time for some new ideas, some new leadership. I've gotten to know Heather much better over the last few years, and I respect her opinion very much. We don't always agree, but I've never disagreed with her reason, her logic, and her passion for what she believes in. I think she will bring an unbiased to this that is really required, and I would ask the councilors to reconsider, to vote for some new leadership, time for some new ideas in a new direction. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Anybody else in the audience like to speak tonight? On this matter?
Mr. Deputy Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Biggin.
I attended a number of meetings over the last year, 2018. Many of you know that. And on many occasions, multiple occasions, Mr. Nichols was not present. I might add that during all the meetings I attended, that lady was present all the time. She does her homework, she's thorough, and she's non-political, and she puts her facts together and puts them on the table, is sincere and honest, and I would recommend very highly that she be considered as mayor of this community.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak tonight? Not hearing any, I'll close the audience portion of this. So now we're going to re-vote. All those in favor of Tim Nichols as mayor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those against, nay?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, roll call. Matt?
Aye.
Heather?
Nay.
Howard?
Nay.
Tim?
Aye.
Caleb?
Aye.
Deborah?
Nay.
And I'll vote aye. That's 4-3. 4-3 3 in favor of Tim Nichols. All those in favor of Heather Donahue, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those against, nay? Nay. Roll call, Matt?
Nay.
Heather?
Aye.
Howard?
Aye.
Tim?
Nay.
Matt? Caleb?
Nay.
Deborah?
Aye.
And I'll vote nay. 4 to 3 in favor of Tim Nichols.
So we should swear in Tim as the mayor, and Michael's gonna do that one, since he's seeing how the others are going.
If you come up.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Timothy P. Nichols,
I, Timothy P. Nichols,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
or affirm
or affirm
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
and will obey the laws of the United States
and obey the laws of the United States
and of the state of Maine,
and of the state of Maine,
that I will in all respects
that I will in all respects
observe the provisions
observe the provisions
of the charter and ordinances
of the charter and ordinances
of the town of Pittsfield,
of the town of Pittsfield,
and will faithfully discharge
and will faithfully discharge
the duties of the office of mayor
the office of the duties of mayor
for a term of 1 year,
for a term of 1 year,
according to the Constitution and laws of the state.
according to the Constitution and laws of the state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So he'll want to sign the paper.
Can you sign this?
Okay. So now we go on to the next. Thank you.
Order 19-02. Order that the town council elect from among its members a deputy mayor to serve for the 2019 year.
I'd like to nominate Heather Donahue.
Second. Audience, anybody in the audience wish to comment on the deputy mayor's position? Yes, sir.
I will reiterate, thank you, Mr. Mayor, congratulations. I will reiterate my position for Councilor Donahue. She's, and Peter was very eloquent in the way he spoke. She's very prepared and as non-political as you can be with this. I think you would not be doing yourselves a favor if you didn't, allow her to have that kind of input and leadership that this council needs. Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience wish to speak this evening concerning the deputy mayor's position? Anyone? Okay, not seeing any, I'll close, and we have a motion on the floor for Heather Donahue for deputy mayor. Are there any other nominations for deputy mayor? Any nominations at all? Okay, not hearing any, since you're ready to vote, all those in favor of Heather Donahue as the deputy mayor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, and Heather Donahue is the deputy mayor. Congratulations.
So you'll be sworn in as deputy mayor.
Now raise your right hand. I, Heather Donahue,
I, Heather Donahue,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
or affirm
or affirm
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
and will obey the laws of the United States
and will obey the laws of the United States
and of the state of Maine,
and of the state of Maine,
that I will in all respects
that I will in all respects
observe the provisions of the Charter
observe the provisions of the Charter
and ordinances of the town of Pittsfield,
and
ordinances
ordinances of the town of Pittsfield,
and will faithfully discharge
and will faithfully discharge
the duties of the
the
office
duties of the office
of Deputy Mayor
of Deputy Mayor
for a term of 1 year,
for a term of 1 year,
according to the Constitution and laws of the state.
according to the Constitution and laws of the state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Michael.
Heather's on a legal note.
Okay.
Order 19-03. Order that the mayor appoint from among the councilors a finance committee, an ordinance committee, and a fair hearing committee consisting of 3 members each, and a police labor negotiating committee consisting of 2 councilors and the town manager.
Okay. I'll look for motion from the council.
Move we adopt order 19-03.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or comments? Audience, is anyone in the audience want to comment on order 19-03? Anyone at all? No? Okay, not hearing any, I will look to the council. It's been it is now a motion, it's been seconded. Questions or comments from the council?
Do you want to do these one at a time, or?
We can? It's probably the easiest way. Why don't we do the finance committee first?
Maybe we can find out who'd be interested in what.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. Has anybody expressed an interest of, who is it currently on the finance committee?
Currently-
Bob and Howard, and are you guys interested in doing this for another year?
I would continue, sir.
I'd like to serve. Also.
Okay. Okay, so I've got Heather, and I've got Howard, and I've got Matt.
And I stay on it too, Tim.
And you want to stay on it too? Can we do that?
Oh, you need 3,
I need 3.
Yes.
Okay.
not 4.
And you have 5 people interested in being on that committee.
Right. So,
That's usually the more
Interested also.
interesting.
yeah. So we've got 5 people, so I'm going to start with, we'll do a round table vote. Yea and nay. That's the only way we can do it. Right? I mean, you can have,
The mayor appoints.
well, then I will appoint the ones that were on it last year, sorry, because they have experience in this area.
But how do new councilors get on?
That would be my question.
Okay. Well, this is for discussion, and, this isn't all, you guys give me some ideas. I would like to, if I had my druthers, I'd like to have one new person on it if I could, but I'm willing to appoint Heather, Howard, and I'll appoint Bob on it. They're all 3 experienced. They've all been on it before, and they all know what.
So again, the question is, how do new counselors get experience learning the finances if you keep appointing the same people to that committee?
Well, I would suggest that anybody is welcome to go to that. All these meetings are open to the public, and I certainly would encourage people to go.
And where would that be, where would that notice be, that people would know that that's an open meeting, and where is the meeting held?
Meeting is usually held right here.
The meetings are usually here prior to the council meetings. There'll be a schedule that will be set up, and then sometimes a
You
special
mean
meeting.
before the day of the council, like it would be?
Yeah, earlier.
Would have
Like
been
an hour
today?
before the meeting or something like that.
Earlier, if it works for everybody's schedule, so then you come for one long meeting, but you don't run down here twice. And then it is advertised on the town's website,
Okay.
and they'll be televised.
Howard.
Yeah, point of order, Tim. I'm a little disappointed, over the past 2 years that I've been on the council, and at least 1 year as on the finance committee that was specifically discussing. There's been exactly one meeting that I know of with the finance committee this past year. And I think it's irresponsible for the finance committee that runs an $8 million organization to meet once a year, just during budget season, at the whim of the town manager. So I would like to, suggest that we have regular meetings. To say that we meet just before the regular meeting is fine. If we want to do it once a quarter, once a month, warrants should be signed by the finance committee before the councilors sign them. And it's not traditionally done that way. So, if we're going to be forward thinking and, go by the guidelines that are in the charter, then I think we need to make certain changes.
Okay. Catherine?
So the duties of the Finance Committee are 1, to make periodic examination of the treasurer's records, 2, report any discrepancies or questionable transactions to the council, and that takes place by going through the warrants. 3, review each warrant for payment of invoices and payroll, and make recommendations if there's something that we don't feel comfortable with. 4, make recommendations regarding the town's external auditor. 5, meet with the auditor, which everybody does because the council decided they wanted to all do that. And then follow up on the auditor's recommendations to have improvements to the town's fiscal practices, of which no recommendations for improvement were issued in the last 2 audits. And so those are the duties. The first person who is listed for the committee is the chair of the committee, and we call the meetings. It's a council committee.
So do you have to designate the chair?
Who's the chair currently?
It was Bob.
So he has the power to call more meetings if we want
Certainly.
to. Okay.
So that's something we can definitely look at.
I think once a month would be appropriate.
Okay. It could be. You may have some months where it's very busy. You may have some months where there's very little to talk about. But, I mean, I guess it doesn't hurt to have an update, that's for sure. Okay. Any other questions or comments concerning the Finance Committee? All right, let's look at the Ordinance Committee.
So the Ordinance Committee had Michael Chincat, Bob Stackhouse, and Heather Donahue on it.
Ordinance Committee, who wants to have an interest in being on the Ordinance Committee?
I'd like to continue to serve on the ordinance committee, Mr. Mayor.
So Heather? And you said it was Mike and who else?
Bob.
Bob, do you have any other interest in being on the Ordinance
Yeah,
Committee?
I'll stay on the Ordinance Committee also.
And,
Any new councilors
Yes.
interested?
I'll take up the position of Mike's.
okay, thank you, Matt. So I have Heather, Bob, and Matt as Ordinance Committee.
So Heather was listed first.
Yes.
One of them, they're in charge of it.
So how, listed first, just because I spoke up first?
Yes.
Okay, because Matt put his name in first for the finance committee.
Yeah,
So,
they're all good. Any other comments concerning the Ordinance Committee? Okay, next is the Fair Hearing Authority, consisting of 3 members.
I'd be interested in that.
Okay. Who else is on there?
Michael Trincat was, and Matt Bolster. And this is the committee that in all of my years has met once here, and luckily none in the other committees that I had. It's for appeals of general assistance, aid to people that need assistance that might have been denied, and so there's an appeal process for that.
I'll continue serving with Deb.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to serve on that committee? Anybody got any interest? Okay, Caleb, thank you. So I have on the Fair Hearing Authority, I have Deborah, Matt, and Caleb. And next is the Police Labor Negotiating Committee consisting of 2 counselors and the town manager.
I'd be interested in that.
Okay, I would be interested in that as well. I was on there originally. And who else is on there?
I was on it last year.
Are you interested in doing
Sure.
this again? Okay. Thank you, Howard. So I have Howard, Deborah, and myself on the police negotiating committee.
Just need 2.
Oh, 2, okay. I'm sorry, folks, I wasn't prepared to jump up here tonight, so you gotta forgive me a little bit here. I didn't realize I was gonna get in. We'll go with, let's see. We'll go with, I don't mind giving up one of them, Howard and Deborah. You guys good with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Howard and Deborah. And that is it. Any questions or comments concerning any of those? Audience, so I guess that's it. Okay, so any other questions or comments before we go any further?
I have a question. What about the recycle committee? Is that something that we appoint to, or is that only like every other year, or when?
No, that unfortunately there hasn't been a lot going on. I'm hopefully cure that at the end of, the beginning of this year. That is just like the theater committee or the swimming pool committee. They have members, and I chair that. Again, anybody's more than welcome. As far as I'm concerned, the more the merrier. But that's how that's chosen.
There are 7 members, but a whole lot of the people come, sometimes 10 or 12 people were coming.
Anybody that's interested is more than welcome. Okay. Yes, Howard.
So there's one counselor as representative of the council on the recycling committee. Is that how it works, or?
Yes, it's been Tim since they started recycling in the 1997.
Yeah.
Okay, so what would have been the process if Tim hadn't been reelected? Then another counselor would have had to step up and serve in
similar
that
to
capacity.
with the housing revolving loan program, which Howard is on. If Howard was not on the council, we would then appoint a new council.
Okay, and so do we have to do the same thing with the theater? Because I don't believe we have a representative from the
There's no
council.
representative for that.
So some of our committees have a council representative and some of them don't?
Yes, as in accordance with the administrative code and how the committees were originally set up and as amended.
So how is the difference between the recycling committee and the theater committee?
It was how the town council set it up originally, I expect, or may have amended it at some point. I didn't see any amendment notes there. So you have an administrative code that lists all the different committees and the tasks, and it lists the setup. And so the recycling committee was one of the later committees, I think, that was set up. And Tim, you were a new counselor, and they gave it to you thinking that it was going to be a difficult thing to do. It actually worked out really well for the town. And the theater committee, I think you've had for many years before the recycling committee, and that was just set up with regular members.
Okay. Is there a way, like what would be the process for changing the administrative code or the designation of the committee so that a counselor is able to serve on that committee as a member or the chair? In the case of the recycling committee, are you chair by default because you're representing?
I was chair
the
because
council, or-
they said, here you go.
Okay.
He was the new counselor, and they had a big recycling, the trash costs were out of control, and they needed to put in recycling, and Tim, as I read, was the new counselor, and they gave it to him at his first meeting.
Okay. So what would we have to do to make it so that a counselor could serve on the theater committee as part of the committee and not like an appointed member?
Sounds like a job.
Because I believe with Marie was, is it an ordinance change or you said
No.
administrative code?
The
Would that be
administrative
separate?
code is part of the ordinances, so it would be an ordinance change.
Okay.
Or people that are interested.
People
to
usually
attend.
volunteer, like I'm on the Board of Appeals
Right.
for a 3-year term,
Mm-hmm.
which is 2 years gone now, and we haven't had a meeting.
Yeah, and we'll have to check and
Check
make
into
sure
it.
that's not an incompatible office. We'll check on that.
Okay. People usually in the community express a desire to be on, because there are other committees, correct, Catherine?
There are many other committees.
Right, so counselors can't be on every single committee, it's just not enough time.
Right, I just feel like some of the committees have, well, let's be honest, the theater has a big impact on the budget, and it would be great to have a direct link from a counselor to the committee, to the full council, to report on what happens at to give the minutes of the meeting, what's discussed, what's planning, that type of thing. The town manager does some reporting, but it would be nice to be able to have, a direct link through the council to that particular committee.
Well, hopefully they can come up with some ways to make some money, because we continue to support an endeavor that loses money every year. So,
Yeah, I think that we can check into that and see what we come up with.
So in any case, that would be, if you want to do it legally, it would be an ordinance amendment.
Okay.
However, any councilors are welcome to attend.
Okay, any other questions or comments concerning this order? Okay, not hearing. Oh, I'm sorry, did I? I was in the audience. Okay, is there anybody, if there's no other comments, I suspect you're ready to vote. All those in favor of ordinance 19-03 with the names that have been added, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, and the order passes.
Ordinance 19-01, reconsideration of amendment to ordinance 18-5, which removed $130,000 from the police department budget to add as a line item for road work under the highway department.
All right, I'll look for a motion from the council.
So you can make a motion to reconsider, you can make a motion to hear public input.
I'd look for a motion for public input. Everybody's not here tonight to find out who's going to represent the council, Kennebec Valley Council of Governments, so I know why they're here. So I think we should allow the audience to speak, make a motion, the audience has participation, then when we close that, we can make a motion and pursue it further with the council. But I think these people have been sitting here very quietly and waiting, and I'd like to have the public input on this. So
I think
that's
we
just
need,
my...
according to Robert's rules, we need to have a motion on the floor first.
Yep.
And then we can let them.
Yep. I'll look for a motion.
Move we accept public comment on ordinance 19-01.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Okay, folks, so this is where we open it up to the audience. What I want to do is I just want to caution everybody. I want everybody on the record how they feel. So please do me a favor and keep the cell phones down. Please try to keep the side comments one at a time. I want to hear input from each and every one person that came here. So I'll start with Mr. Chinkat, and when you state your name, just in case anybody doesn't know who you are.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Michael Chinkat, live right here in Pittsfield. Just a quick comment. I'm curious as to why this would be considered differently than any other ordinance or resolution on the docket. I'm concerned about that. A little bit of background, bear with me, just take a couple minutes. Friday, December 21st, I sent out an email as still mayor to the councilors stating subject special meeting regarding 2019 town budget amendment to ordinance 18-5, which this ordinance was originally called 18-5. No response requested. Importance high per section 2.11 subchapter A meetings. A special meeting of the town council has been called and will be scheduled for next Wednesday evening, December 26, 2018. Topic is noted in subject line of email. Notices shall be delivered as per same section of town charter. Thank you. Response I received also December 21st from the assistant, Mike Fiol. Catherine has pointed out Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 113, reconsideration. After a motion related to an ordinance, order, resolve, or other item of business has been voted upon, it shall be in order for any member who voted on the prevailing side or, in case of a tie vote, on either side to move for reconsideration. This motion shall be valid only at the same meeting or next regularly scheduled meeting. Only one motion for reconsideration may be acted upon. She also told me to follow your direction. Please let me know what I should do. I responded, Michael, I have located and reviewed in detail the section to which the town manager refers by way of your previous email. This describes the option of a vote reconsideration only if a member of the prevailing vote calls for it or resulting tie dictates as necessary. That means, per my opinion, that a person on the losing vote, someone who voted a certain way and lost the vote, cannot call for reconsideration of that topic during that meeting. Only a prevailing voter can do so. This does not mean that the ordinance, resolution, or topic in question cannot be discussed at a later date, as we will do with Ordinance 18-5. In other words, it does not close the door for a topic to be revisited at a later date or limit the mayor's or council's right to call for a special meeting. In addition, it is the right of the mayor or at least 4 of the 7 councils to call for a special meeting. Refer to Section 2.11 of the Charter, Chapter, and Section 102 of Chapter 2 Administrative Code. So, given my preparation for the last meeting that did not happen, considering 4 councils who are now present did not show up at the meeting, one item I had of concern, and I spoke with Michael personally on more than one occasion, calls for reconsideration of amendment to Ordinance 18-5. I clearly stated in my emails this is not a reconsideration. One of the clarifications I was going to do the last meeting, if we had a quorum to call said meeting, for clarification of the agenda for this special meeting, Chapter 2, Section 113, titled Reconsideration, describes the process by which a member who voted on the prevailing side of a motion relating to an ordinance, order, resolve, or other item of business that has been voted upon may move for reconsideration. Per the section, this motion shall be valid only at the same meeting or the next regularly scheduled meeting. The word reconsideration may be misleading in this context, as this is not a reconsideration as described by Charter. This is simply a review. The word reconsideration was used as a verb only. I'm concerned that I see, and I have not been privy to, as I'm no longer a member of the council, a response from the town attorney considering that word reconsideration. I'm concerned that the direction this is going. I'm concerned that the council felt the need to deal with this specially to consider whether or not it would even go to a public comment, whichever consideration, it's the public's right to speak on that. And I'm concerned that monies have been spent for the town attorney to respond to a non-issue. I thought I was very clear in my communications. This is not a reconsideration. I did not call it in any of my communications a reconsideration. That was imparted into documentation by town management, not by town council, by the mayor, or myself personally. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who wish to speak this evening? Mr. Vigil.
Yep. Andy Bigu, resident, live on the Phillips Corner Road, former town councilor and mayor. I'm here this evening on several fronts, this item being one of them, and I would just point out that I understand what all of you have to do, and I understand that what you do is not easy, and there's nothing you're going to do that's going to make everybody happy. But as a lifetime resident of the town and a representative of the largest taxpayer in town, I can say that the behavior that has been going on in this council, since December anyway, and even tonight, is borderline unethical and could be considered illegal. And I would just point out to all of you, 8% is a lot, and we're going to burden the largest share. And the reason we're at where we're at is because for a long time we haven't increased the taxes on the municipal side of this budget, which is a great thing. But when you live by the sword, you die by the sword. And the fact is, for 10 or, I don't know, Catherine, 15 years, there probably hasn't been an increase to the municipal side of the budget. That's not sustainable, folks. There are costs that go up. And as a business manager here in town, when you get hit with 8% at one shot, that's a big shot. We're happy to pay our share. But the council took a duty, and some of you swore in tonight, and you got to uphold that duty. And part of that is you've been trusted by the people that have voted you in, and you have to be transparent. And I can feel it here, and I can see it on the videos of the prior meetings. There's anything but transparency here, folks. Our forefathers created the charter of this town and created a council to empower 7 people to lead the town and make decisions on behalf of the town. To do it in this room, in an open forum. And it's pretty clear there are things going on outside this room. And I would just remind all of you that through a FOIA process, your emails, your phone calls, your records can be turned over, can't they, Catherine?
Yes.
They're public record. And if any of you are found to be having a meeting or discussions about these topics with 3 people or more in this council, it's illegal. Just watch the video of December 18th. December 18th. After countless hours, workshops, and meetings, you had a draft budget. And out of the blue, 4 of you, at the 11th hour, with no consideration to the mayor or anything, decide to make a bold change. And that's fine. You got to do what you got to do. But what embarrasses me as a citizen of this town is what you did to the police chief. And that's wrong. And if any one of you were treated that way, I guarantee you wouldn't like it. When you go into a workshop and you work with an individual on their budget, and one of those items is their personal pay, and he puts forth what he believes he should be paid, and you negotiate with him, an implied negotiation, and ask him would he take something less, and he agrees to, and then you arbitrarily cut it in public with no discussion prior to that with him, that's wrong, folks. That's absolutely wrong. I agree we need paving. And I'll support putting more money on paving. We should have never stopped. But that's a different issue. But what upsets me as a citizen and as a representative of the largest business in town is the way we treated a town employee. It's wrong. Absolutely wrong. And you got to be blind not to see the same 4 people that did it that night were the same 4 people that didn't come to the special meeting and are the same 4 people that had already decided who was going to be mayor tonight, folks. And it only takes a letter to FOIA everything. So I would strongly ask you to reconsider not approving everything that was in his budget, but at least treat him correctly. That's all I have.
Thank you, Andy.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Mike Dugas, again, former counselor, former deputy mayor. I'm just trying to get an understanding. Was this $130,000 in the budget already, or are we just adding $130,000 to the budget?
All right, very good. I can give a very brief background that states what took place at the 12-18 council meeting as I perceive it, and I did go back and listen to the tape.
I don't need.
I'll be really quick here.
Yeah, did you add it, or is it in it?
It was added to it, and then it was taken out.
It was added to
So
it
it was
and then taken out.
additional and then taken out.
So now we're trying to add it back in.
Yes.
Okay.
It was in the
One at a time, please.
So I can explain this out, it'll make it simple, if I could just do this?
Yep.
Okay, all right, good. So there's some packets out that were available at the 12-18 council meeting. The 2018 police budget was $478,786 for calendar year 2018. The police budget included a pay raise of 3% for the regular staff, as well as a variety of increases that were requested by the staff. And so the budget that went to the town council was $534,599. So what was in the budget package in the original budget that went to the council had an increase of $55,813 or an 11.7% increase. So that was the original budget. Then during the budget process, there were a number of workshops and meetings. There was a finance committee meeting. And during those meetings, the additional items were preliminarily approved. And additional items are treated separately. They're not just put in the budget so you can look at apples and oranges and have it all confused. You do them separately. So those were new positions and or new programs. So there was a package of items totaling $198,658 for the police department that was preliminarily approved. So when we added that to the original $55,813, we then had an increase of $254,000 or 54%
Is that money we
increase.
had? Did we have that 198,000 to approve it? Did we have an excess of money from 2018 that we could add to the budget? Or were we just saying we'll just increase the tax rate?
Well, the tax rate's going to increase anyway from this.
Well, trust me, I'm aware of that. I have no, I'm not naive to the fact that my taxes are going down. But what I'm asking you as somebody who is running our $8 million business, did we have a surplus of $198,000 to approve these things for the police department?
It will be, all the items will be.
Yes or no?
All the items
Yes
will be
or no,
tax
please?
dollars.
Did
So
we
no.
have an excess?
No.
Thank
It will
you.
be tax dollars.
Yes.
Why don't you let me run the meeting, Mike, okay?
I'm asking a yes or no question, Tim.
Okay, well then quit cutting people off. Let them answer, and then I'll let you answer. Okay? Kevin?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Dugas, can I just clarify what you're asking? Are you asking if the $130,000 that's in question here was part of the budget that we were approving? Or are you asking if we added it into the budget that evening?
So what I'm asking is if the police department budget was 500 and, what was it, Catherine?
$534,599.
So are you taking $130,000 from that $530,000?
No,
Okay.
additional monies were added in.
Okay. So now the next question I'm asking you is where are you getting that money? You're just saying, well, we have all these taxpayers that we can just divide that up again amongst and we'll just pay for what we need. And here's what I'm telling you, that's not a fair way to treat us without some sort of plan. I mean, I looked over those documents. I mean, we're talking about town employees, I mean, multiple, $300 and some $1,000 worth of stuff. I run a business. I would love to run it that way. I'm sure everybody would, but I can't just tell my customers what they're going to pay for me to increase the services. I just don't think that, and I'm not saying the police department doesn't need that. I'm not saying that at all. Here's what I'm saying. We only have so much money to spend. Why are we looking at it and saying, well, we can just spend all of this? That's okay. We'll just send out a tax bill. Is that the way you really think it ought to go? Honestly? I mean, I sat in those chairs. I argued over line items on toilet paper with Kathleen Batoya, where we were going to buy our toilet paper. And now we're just supposed to absorb a $300 and some $1,000 tax increase because the finance committee thought we should just do that.
Where are you getting that number?
There's a document that is printed from the 12/18 meeting that has a bunch of stuff that the finance committee added and deleted.
Oh,
He's
okay.
referring to the document that was in the council package and also was available in the.
And I don't know what the number is. I'm not giving an accurate number. All I'm saying is if we don't have it, and I agree with Andy, you know what, we need more. I get that, but why not have a plan? Why not, how's the plan, okay, everybody, today it's 8%. Just pony up, suck it up, and here you go. Thank you for showing up, and guess what? I'm sorry you can't pick your business up and leave, but thanks for choosing us. I don't think that's fair, Mr. Mayor, and I hold you responsible now. How's that?
Great.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, sir. State your name, please.
My name is Joe Sally. I'm a taxpayer. I live on Madawaska Avenue. I prepared a short statement that I'm going to read, and I have several other issues that I would like to bring up in the area of property taxation. Good evening. My name is Joe Sally. I am a tax-paying resident of Pittsfield. I wrote this on behalf of myself and other working class citizens of this town with whom I've spoken regarding the unnecessary potential increase in the tax rate. As most of you in this audience are aware, many parts of the state of Maine have been hit very hard in recent years with industrial facilities closing their doors. These facilities employed hundreds of Maine people and have been the lifeblood of rural Maine's economy for generations. Pittsfield has not been spared this fate, with the closing of the SAS plant, the former Edwards plant, and other small commercial businesses. I've had the privilege of working closely with many of these municipalities when these mill closures were announced, and have been called upon to assist these municipalities in determining how these closures will affect local taxation and how to best move forward. In each case, the municipality has had to make hard choices, and often those choices included cutting services and budgets for various departments. I ask each of you on this council, why is Pittsfield different than all the rest of these? Not only has Pittsfield chosen not to cut any services or department budgets, it has chosen to add positions in several different departments. These positions are not a one-time expenditure, but rather expenditures that will likely to continue to increase in cost year over year. Our effective tax rate already far outpaces the state of Maine average by 5.48 mils. So that's $5.48 per $1,000 of valuation. We're higher already before any of this than the state average. I've spoken directly to several of you on this council, expressing my concerns and ultimately the concerns of many of our fixed or lower income community members. Each member expressed to me that Pittsfield has not increased its municipal budget in many years. My tax bill, which I happen to have here, from 2018 tells me a different story, with a 6.7% increase in the municipal budget just last year. The budget that is ultimately passed for the coming year increases the municipal portion nearly 10%. That does not even consider the school budget or the county tax apportionment, which will more than likely add to this increase. Again, I ask each of you, how is this feasible? A 16% increase in 2 years is just not sustainable for the taxpayers of our community. Lastly, I think it's important to recognize the disappointment of our citizenry in this budget. I think just to kind of piggyback on what Mike said, there's a lot of wants in this budget, and I think we would all love to have as many positions as we can and be as fully staffed as we'd really like to be, but in a small rural Maine town, that may not be reality. So I just asked you to consider these thoughts as you move forward in this budget process. I'll shut up for now.
Thank you, Joe. Anybody else wish to speak? Yes, sir.
Mr.
Please
Mayor.
state your name.
Don Shute, I work for the town. I also am a taxpayer, live on North Main Street. This is one of the things during the December 18th meeting that I don't see a lot of faces that were here that night, was a concern about taxes. And just so I can elaborate a little bit, is the 6.7% increase last year was due to our solid waste. We had a substantial increase. There was nothing we could do about it. It was contractual fees for us to get rid of that trash. One of the other issues that we had was doing a 10.4% increase. Peter and Andy, you're right. There hasn't been a substantial increase to the municipal budget in some years because of the school budget, because of the county tax. And we have got ourselves in a pickle. My question was the same thing as it was that night. We're talking about a 10.4% increase, 8% increases, or whatever it may be, is what the plan was going forward. And we have a road infrastructure that 47% of our community uses on a daily basis that needs some work. My facility needs some infrastructure improvements. Everybody can see that's going on. My concern was I can't absorb a 10% increase in taxes next year, and I can't do it the year after. And my concern was we talked about a road budget, about borrowing $500,000 for the next 5 years, $2.5 million to fix our road. You can't borrow your way out of debt. You can't spend your way out of debt. And the problem is this is what happens, is taxes keep going up and they're getting out of control, and everybody's got wants. But you also got to look at statistics. I'm a statistics guy. When you're looking at statistics around town, look at each one of the budgets. Are we getting more roads damaged, or are there less roads damaged? Are the police responding to more calls a year, or are they staying stable for the thing to warrant a $250,000 increase? We really need to take a look at it. So sustainability, and sustainability, I think Joey said the same thing, is I don't mind paying my fair share, but don't ask me to pay 10% every year because I can't absorb it. And now you're talking about a 10, 15, 20% increase to the water bill. Again, being frugal, if you're going to take that $130,000 that wherever it may come from that was never approved, again, that's a wish list. It's just like a corporation saying that they projected to make $100 million, but they only made $50 million profit, and they say they lost $50 million. Well, that doesn't make sense. You never had it. It's the same way here. You're playing with my money, and yet I don't want people to tell me that, oh, it's only a $50 increase a month. You can handle it. Well, that's just like me putting a $50 bill on my table, and you guys coming in and stealing it every month. I don't think you guys understand. You work for the people, and we have a voice. I really wish I'd seen a lot of your faces here on December 18th, because again, it makes a lot of sense. And when we're talking about money, we do need to get things done, but we're not going to do it at 10% a year or 15% a year, because we can't absolve it. I'm going to sell my house. I just bought a house. I'm going to sell it. I'm going to move. Every side road going down Peltoman Avenue has 2 houses that are foreclosed on and 2 for sale. It's ridiculous, and the economy isn't looking that good for 2019, so I think it's asinine for us to go out and spend $500,000 or $2 million and expect that we're going to buy ourselves out of the problems that we've got ourselves into. I think, again, we need a plan, we need a solution, and we need people from the community to do this. We really do. I appreciate it. Anybody, when it comes to the transfer station, it comes to the roads, it comes to anything, come talk to us. That's what we are. We're stewards of the community.
Thank you, Donnie. Next, I'll come back to you, okay? Yes. Did I see your hand? Yes. Please state your name.
Yes, Joe Gitchell Sr. on the bottom of Union Street. And like Donnie said, how are we going to absorb more increase on taxes? I'm a disabled veteran. I live on a pension. And I'm sure that there's a lot of other people in here that live on pensions. How do you expect us to absorb more in tax money? We don't get big raises. We're not the state government. We're not the federal government. I just think that raising taxes is unfair to those of us that are on pensions. A lot of people are going to have to sell their homes maybe because they can't afford, like Donnie said, that extra $50 a month or whatever. Before you go making out your tax bills, I think you ought to take into consideration that there are a lot of people in this community, and I've lived in this community since roughly 1957. I think you ought to take into consideration the taxes of people that don't have the big money, don't have a big job. You know, we live from month to month, and I just think you ought to take these things into consideration. And you know, I'm all for our police department. I'm for all our other departments, but I think that you need to find a better way of coming up with money versus taxation.
Thank you, Joe. Yes, sir.
If I just might add something else, I did some research back 4 years, and if you look back at our April 1st, 2015 tax commitment, and you look at our most recent 2018 tax commitment, we've actually lost, when you account for the TIF that was put forward last year, and I have a lot of comments on that too, about $4.8 million of local valuation here. So if you start increasing this budget by tens of hundreds of thousands of dollars, there's less valuation there to absorb that. So we're not in a community that's gaining valuation. We're in a community that's losing valuation. So in most cases, municipalities really try to clamp down during times like this. So when I went online and saw the budget, I was blown away I just saw absolutely no justification for it. And if you look at the difference between our town and the state of Maine averages, the gap is getting bigger and bigger every year. So we're spending well beyond our means, and you can track it a million different ways, but that's the bottom line. So I think we need to make some really hard choices, and it's not that I'm against police, I'm not against any of that. They're all services that we need, we want to support those people, but there's a time and a place to add, and when you're in a town with a declining valuation, that's not the time to add, in my opinion. And the last thing that I'd like to mention is I understand we went forward with the tip of the solar farm out on Route 2. And as I understand it, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, because I may be, there was a 50-50 split between the developer and the town with those funds. Is that correct?
The percentages differ over the period of time, with a lower percentage to the town in the beginning and a higher percentage to the town in the end of the 20-year period. But the percentage is more than 50% for the town in the end over the 20-year period.
Well, that is one way. As far as the credit enhancement agreement with Pittsfield Solar LLC, there's nothing, that's a done deal. It's 20 years, I believe.
Yes.
But the town's portion of those tax revenues do not have to go to economic development each year. And I just wanted to be sure that each member of the council is aware of that. It's cited in TIF statute. The only disadvantage to that is it counts against your state valuation. So
you're saying, excuse me, that instead of putting it toward economic development as we got approved, we would just put it toward the general.
That's right.
The
You
general
can
fund.
do that.
Yes,
Lots of cities and towns
we can,
do
and
that.
then it's not sheltered.
That's correct. But in a time like this when we're adding to budgets, I mean, in essence, that whole solar farm went in out there, and not one nickel of the tax revenue from that went to help Donnie, me, anyone else in this room. To me, that's appalling.
Well, we own the solar farm.
I know you do.
So I don't know where the money went, but we write a $75,000 check to the town. So we didn't get anything, and it doesn't cost the town a nickel to have that solar farm. We don't use one service. It doesn't, not one person in the school, not one person in the library, not one person anywhere. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to, you're glad, we'll put it somewhere else, because we were going to put it in another town. And if you want to cast doubt on what we were doing, we'll gladly move everything out of town, and then we'll see where your tax bill goes.
Well,
You want to be careful where you attack, because no, you are. You're attacking us as the developers. We were going to put it in another town. We chose to move it to this town, and you're saying we haven't paid our share?
That's
It's
not what
75
I'm saying.
Guys, one at a time, please.
What I'm saying is, that's not, I don't put that on the developer at all. That's a contractual negotiation between the town and the developer, and frankly, I applaud you for your negotiation. I don't put that on you at all. What I'm saying is the project went on, the terms of this TIF were agreed to, but not one penny of that has gone to tax relief into the general fund. That's where the issue is. And I was unaware that you wrote a check for $75,000.
75, you said. Did you say 75?
On average, it's what it averages over the 20 years per year. So
75 a year.
Yes, Catherine.
70?
So the funds do not go into the general fund, that's correct, but it's going in as a reallocation into the budget as a revenue source. So the exact amount that we get from last year, which is a bit over $83,000, is going into the budget as a revenue source, as a reallocation. So it actually is being used as revenue. It's just not in the tax dollars.
Because I know the total tax burden out there was $272,000.
And the town share for the first year was $83,000.
Okay.
And so the percentage starts out 70-30, and then it gets down, so at the end of the 20 years, the town's percentage is like 70 and the developer is 30. So it switches around.
Who else in the audience wish to comment on this? Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Jessica Willett, and I work for Northern Lights Vascular Valley Hospital. I was here in October, October 16th. I didn't see as many faces, but it's good to see the community come out this evening. I brought up the Maine Integrated Youth Health Survey. I saw the minutes online. It had 2 sentences. I talked for about 25 minutes, I think. So everybody else was talking about statistics, and I watched the video, and I apologize that I wasn't here at the December 18th meeting. There's not a crime problem, there's a road problem. I understand. I travel in Pittsfield, I go all over the town, but I also work on the crime side. So I'm kind of want to bring the topic back to that. I don't know how many of you are parents in the room, but I work with Warsaw Middle School very closely. So since we're talking about statistics, 7.5% of middle school students in Healthy SB reported consuming alcohol. State of Maine average, 3.7. Marijuana use, 7.3. State of Maine average, 3.6. Prescription drugs, 3.9%. State of Maine average, 1.5. Okay, so in the lifetime of a middle schooler, 24.9% said that they consumed alcohol in their life. That's 11.8% higher than the one for state of Maine. Marijuana, 11%. State of Maine average, 6.9. Prescription drugs, 8.1%. State of Maine average, 1.5. So I just want to reiterate the fact that, we do work with the police department. They are working with me. We are going to try to lower those averages, and these were from 2017.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak on this evening? Yes, sir. Please state your name.
My name is John Blomgren, and I purchased my property in '76. We don't have any town services other than the road being plowed. We had a farm business, chickens, and that went out. And my taxes have doubled since I moved up. I am now 89 years old. I'll be 90 in March. The only way I've survived is I keep tearing down my barns to try and cut my taxes. I don't get enough credit on that. I'm a veteran. I'm retired, and we live month by month. I'm only fortunate that I have family up here that help us, but their taxes have doubled since they built their homes. The business is gone. There's no more farm business. So, and believe me, I grew up in a small town in Massachusetts. I understand what you learn. My parents served on the town too, just like you people. But you can't spend more than you make, and you can't get nothing from nothing. And when you get to be my age and in my condition, it was so nice to have family here and everything else. But if I live more than 5 years, I'm in deep trouble. And I pay my taxes, but I get nothing. And I came here today to see if they were going to fix the road, because there's so many potholes. It's destroying my car and my family. It's dangerous. You get killed. You can't even, you got to be in the middle of the road because there's potholes everywhere. And I called the highwayman. He was a great guy. He came right out. And I said, well, who do we talk to if they find out when they're going to fix the road? This is Higgins Road. And we get trucks down there, everything. And there's so many potholes. If it wasn't for that guy that works on the highway committee coming out, somebody would have got killed. It's ruining my car, and I can't afford to buy another car. That's all I'm telling you. You can't get nothing from nothing.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak this evening?
Over here.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I was here on the December 18th meeting, and I just want to get reiterated. I have here the budget for the theater. and it states that it's 145,366. Is that correct, Kathy?
Quickly check it. In the budget book. So you are correct, $145,366.
And what was the money that the theater brought in?
For revenues budgeted for 2019, we have budgeted $57,664.
So the net loss?
Approximately 90,000.
So I started the meeting with the disgust of being raised taxes and that theater's costing us $90,000. At the end of the meeting, I was even more disgusted that the council went right to the police budget, public safety. Now, it was said, the comment made by the council, somebody on the council, was that, well, the theater's a service. Well, the police department's also a service, and it's much more of a service needed than the theater. And so I'm quite, again, I was disgusted then, and I'm disgusted now that the $130,000 is being pulled from the police department budget, and it was gone right to there instead of this other department. That's my comment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in the audience? Yes, ma'am.
Amanda Collmore. I'm a resident of the town. I live on Library Street. I came here tonight to also discuss why I was not able to attend the meeting. I did watch the video. Unfortunately, I was stuck at work in Orono. But I was also really upset to see that the budget was being pulled from the police department, especially after so much time was spent negotiating and talking with him, and I think that it's unfair to our police chief. I also think that it's important to keep in mind that we are losing money on a thing that I've always enjoyed. You have to understand, I've grown up in this town. I love Pittsfield. I love the Pittsfield Community Theater. I want my son to experience that stuff, but I'm tired of paying tax dollars for something that's failing. And it's really, really frustrating to see things like, I saw somewhere reading online that we want to put in a community center, which is really great, and I think that's wonderful, but we can't support that community theater that we currently have. We do need to support our police department. I have never seen such a great presence on the school campuses that I've been seeing since having this new chief. I remember going on the first time and there was a cruiser sitting on campus and I'm like, oh my God, what is happening? Because that's what we learned to think with our police department was they're now sitting at Warsaw and now we're thinking that something is wrong, with the exception of the ones that we know are dropping off their kids. And now I see them and I go, oh great, they're there, they're teaching the kids some great safety stuff, they're talking about things. It's been way more successful than I remember the DARE program being. And I really feel that budget needs to go back. Now that's not to say that I'm not angry about our road conditions. We're a town that's trying to bring in new business, and we need business. We need them to come in. But we have a crumbling infrastructure, and that is just ridiculous to see happen. My road is one of the most traveled roads in football season ever. And I have cars that literally drive off the road because we have no drainage and huge potholes, and they are in my driveway or in my yard. My son could get hit by those cars going off that road, and it's disgusting to me. I begged for people to fix that road, create some kind of curb to slow them down, something, because I live on the corner, and the teenagers, as much as we want them to slow down, do not slow down, especially when they're going to the football game. That's all I have to say.
What road do you live on?
Library Street.
Library, okay.
I'm the first house on the right going around the corner toward MCI.
Okay.
And I have had 4. I've only lived there for 4 years. I've had 4 cars in my yard.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak this evening? Yes, sir. State your name, please.
I live out on the Beans corner of almost on, well, you can throw a baseball hat on town line. So my services are probably less than most people in this room, because it doesn't happen out there. I see the police once. I can set my clock for Sunday morning, 9 o'clock, they're going by the end of the driveway. And that's okay. We don't have an issue out there, so we don't need them out there, you know, using up their resources. But on my road, there's a huge elderly population. I'd say 75% of the people on that road, and I think that's what everybody in this room should be considering, are 60 to 80 years old. Most of those people are widows. They live alone. They're taking care of their own places. And we, as a community, all communities, we're encouraging these people to stay in their homes as long as they possibly can. Now, I'm young enough right now that I could probably absorb $50 a month. I don't want to, but I probably could. I could go cut some firewood. I'd hate to see the 80-year-old woman down the road take the chainsaw down the woods, cut a little bit of wood so she can pay her friggin' taxes that we're going to increase. So that $50 that you're taking off that person's table, you got to remember, they work for Edwards Company. They work for all of these small places around here, and their Social Security checks, $1,000, $1,200 a month. That's it. Now they've got to decide, well, I got to keep my house, so I got to pay the taxes. So where does that come from? Food? Prescriptions? Eat? It's got to come from somewhere, and we all know it. And now, to my own ignorance, this is the first one that I've been to. Now I learn that we've got a community theater that we're dumping $90,000 a year in loss. When I went to school, that's bankruptcy. It's gone. It's over. You take that $90,000 that's already being spent, and if you're really concerned, then you could spread that out amongst tax relief or boat launches or whatever you feel that money needs to go to, but you don't increase it. For Christ's sakes, don't do that. You're going to kill the older population in this town. They're right on the edge now. I went out and I talked to some of these people the other day after I found out about it. There was people in tears. They said, how are we going to do this? I said, I don't know. And they don't know. And they're scared. I think you need to consider that.
Thank you.
And what was your name again?
Denver Small.
Denver Small?
Yep.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the audience wish to speak? Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Yeah,
I
Mike
know who
Davis
you are,
again.
but state your
Yeah,
name.
sorry. I just, and again, I use the police service probably as much, more than I would like to. I have nothing against the police department, and trust me, I drive these roads, I understand it. But I think what really we're losing sight of here is the 130 that we're talking about isn't coming out of a budget line. It's being added. So we're not taking 130 from the police budget that was already there and saying we're going to pave with it now. We're just adding 130. Am I correct on that?
No.
Well, I understand.
You got a $120,000 increase, 26%.
Right now.
And I like the police chief, okay? Pete, has crime increased 26% in this town? Answer the question, yes or no?
No, but calls for service are up 24% in the last 2 years.
I checked today, there's you did 4,000 and something cards or calls. Okay, that's, if you do 10...
4,884 to be exact.
Correct.
Compared to 4,300 the year before and 3,900 the year before. And just to respond to your question and be specific about it, a counselor said there's no crime issues in this town.
I'm not saying there's not crime issues.
Hold on. If we're going to talk about that, let's talk about it. The statement was made by counsel. There was no crime here. There are no issues here. Well, there were 5 overdoses, 2 deaths. I don't know how many administers of Narcan to people that are overdosed in the town. More than we can count. More than that information that I have. The numbers are up. There's no question about it. Now let's just take this police budget. I'm a former mayor and a councilor for 6 years. At a period, this town was going in the right direction. When the police department needed administrative support, they got it from a pool of people, not having to provide their own administrative services. Why aren't we providing that service for within the pool in the town office instead of having to isolate that one request? That wasn't at the request of the police chief. That's a result of the lady that runs this office building and sharing the resources. Sharing the resources. They don't belong to one department, they belong to all the departments. If the water company in this town needs administrative services, where do they get it? They get it from the town. Or the taxes and the tax bills. All of these things are developed by administrative group. Why on God's earth do we need a separate administrator for the police department? Is it because the town manager is unwilling to share that resource with the police department? I think we need to ask that question and insist that those services be provided to the police department. And there's no question, the issues are great. Maine is in trouble with opiates in a very significant way. And it's here. And it's here to stay. And if you count the number of arrests that have taken place in this little community, people with guns who are selling drugs in our town.
Yep.
And it's here. And it's here today. So to suggest that we don't have a problem, I think you got to look at the stats. And it's not just Pittsfield, it's statewide. In the rural communities, it's rampant. Why? Because they go undetected. They can hide. And they service people that have a lack of financial capacity. Their only one capacity is to provide themselves with the drugs. So I ask you to consider that when we start talking about the police department. And we can get that number down. But think about this. I've read a report that evaluates that movie theater that you're discussing. That we spend, and I think there's a line item in there for $130,000 plus or minus somewhere in there. Maybe it's 90. I don't know. Go have somebody evaluate the building. I've read it. It's nothing that $1 million to $1.5 million won't cure. The building is a fire trap. The building is unstable. The building has a leaky roof. And every year, now just think about that. You want to talk about your roads? Multiply 100,000. Let's round it off. $100,000 that we've been spending easily on that one building that services very few. And listen, we poured money into that building over the years. We have, as a company. Anytime they asked, we gave. But let's face reality. How many people actually use it? And it's a liability today, not an asset. Just go back 10 years and you said, if that building didn't exist and we put away $100,000 a year, that's $1 million worth of paving. You can paint this town with paving. We're not looking at this thing with open eyes and open mind to suggest that we should reevaluate what our priorities are. And I don't think we are. And this council is responsible. The finance committee is responsible for that. But please, please understand, these people have a job to do. You represent all of us. All of us. Public safety, maintenance of the roads. Now let's talk about roads. Want to talk about roads? I approached this town manager here earlier this fall after a meeting. The Public Works Director was in the meeting, and he asked for permission to go and buy sand, winter sand, 3,000 yards plus or minus. Winter sand, $6.50. He said he had a sucking quote in that meeting. I think the number he used was $11 or $12.
Yeah.
So I did a little research. I asked him, who gave you the quote? Well, it's a gentleman up in Heartland. Has a sand business, gravel business up there. I think you know who he is. So I went up to visit him. I said, did you give us a quote in the town of Pittsfield? No. The town manager doesn't have a quote. Public Works Director said he had a quote. He didn't have a quote. 2 years ago, he got a verbal quote. A verbal quote. For $12 over $11.50. It was verbal. It was off the cut. Okay? So, this town spent 1 whole month, 2 trucks, 2 full-time drivers, trucking sand 6 miles, one way. By my calculation, it's $1.50 a yard mile, 6 miles. Add it on, $1.50 a yard mile, 3,000 yards. Do the math. You know what we paid for that sand? And I explained it to this lady here. We far exceeded the $10. Far exceeded $10 a cubic yard. And guess what our people were doing? Instead of taking care of the streets, patching the potholes, and doing what they should have done, driving our trucks, wearing them out to haul winter sand, when the very gentleman that I met with from Heartland has a pit in Athens and would deliver it $9.50. Is that a good trade? I don't think so. It's poor business. There's no accountability unless you're the wrong person. There's no accountability in this town when it comes to these kinds of things. Now think about it. The outrageous amounts of money. And then what have we done? We've gone out and bought a plow truck. Or 2 maybe. 2. Why? Because the people that are plowing asked for an increase. And they couldn't get it from the town. So he's going to retire. He's going to retire. And now, all of a sudden, if you think your roads are bad, we're in the plow business. We've got 2 plows. One of them's a 1-ton truck with a wing on it. You know how long that truck's going to last? Using that kind of effort for a truck, maybe 3 years you'll get out of that truck. Say nothing about the other truck you just bought. We're in the trucking business, folks. We're in the plowing business, folks. And we can't even take care of our roads. What are our priorities? Who's assessing all of this stuff? Who's holding that lady accountable? It's you counselors. And you've got to ask the right questions. You've got to ask the right questions. That's what your job is. And don't think for a minute that I cherish your position, because I don't. But I have sat in your position for 6 years. And I know what it's like. And this town was in the hole in a big way. There's a lady mayor sitting to the right of me here that sat on this council. And you remember, Jane, what the condition this town was. And in a very short period of time, we built an industrial park. In a very short period of time, we did our interceptor sewers, our collector sewers. We tore down the wooden buildings on the other side of the street that were dilapidated. We built a park over here on Park Street. And we did a whole, in senior citizens houses in 2 locations in this community. And did it in about 6 years. Why? Because we had a plan, and we had a vision, and we worked together collaboratively. None of this nonsense. And so I beg you, we've got a 200th anniversary coming up this year. And ask yourselves, what in God's earth do we have to celebrate now as a result of what we're discussing here today? Very little, I would suggest. It's a sad day to us to have to come here and talk about these poor people that can't afford their taxes, while our town, in its current evaluation, goes upside down. I have no right to be critical, except for one thing. I've spent my 73 years in this town. Okay? And I live here. And the company I represent has showed an interest in this community by nature of our investment. Just in the last 2 years. Just look around. These buildings could be vacant. We acquired what was the Edwards Company. Why? Because we're going to put an industry in there. If we don't, who is? You're going to do it? I don't think so. So, as the fella says, put your money where your mouth is. We are. But please, please, don't make it worse. Don't make it worse. Work together. Don't split. And you are. You're split right down the middle. And the behavior over this last month, totally unacceptable. That's backroom politics at its best. And it used to be that way in the 60s in this town. It is not that way anymore. I would hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Anybody else? Yes, sir.
I've been in business for 60 years. Public Works always required 3 bids. State law, because there's partial state funds, or federal funds. It requires 3 bids on anything that you produce. You just don't say, oh, I know Charlie, he's a good guy, we don't need bids. Requires 3 bids, and any business, and I'm sure he can tell me, takes 3 bids. I don't care if you're changing this carpet for this town. It's a federal law.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes.
I'm Nancy Montero, 40 Grant Road. I also recently just bought a property on Main Street, and I own Pop-On-Overs. I hear every single one of you here. I hear the big U's. I hear the people that don't want taxes raised. I hear all that. But what I don't see is collaboration in this town. I don't see different committees working amongst each other. I don't see everybody working here. I see this person over here doing this. I see this person over here or this committee doing this. As a small business owner, very small, I will say in the summertime, I had 20 people on payroll, which for my first year, okay, I have 6 or 7 full-time employees. I don't take anything out of the company. I'm not saying that because I'm just saying right now it's for them. We're working for them. We don't make a lot of money, but I'm investing in the town. And I hear people complaining about their tax, which I totally get as well. Why are we so much higher than the average? Is it because we have a better police department? Is it because we have a better infrastructure? Is it because we have more to offer? We don't. But we have people that are willing, if we have people that are willing to collaborate and work together to make this a better town. Because right now what I see is a decline. And before I invest a lot more, I don't want to invest if people are leaving. I don't want to invest if it's investing just throwing it away just to keep myself above water. I don't want to go into debt for that, neither should we. But we have to collaborate, we have to work together, and we have to work together for the town to become a better place. And that means a better infrastructure. That means offering more services. But that means doing it responsibly. We don't jump over dimes, we don't jump over dollars to save dimes. And that's what we're doing. We're not effective. The right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. And I can say specific instances of where I've asked the town for input. And I respect everybody. I respect each and every one of you. And as Pete said, I don't envy you, but you're in the seat, you're in the hot seat. You need to figure out how we can fix where we're at. Because if I were looking in and I were thinking of moving here, if I were looking at investing here and I saw this, you know, why am I saying here? I love it here, but we all need to collaborate. It's not me against you, or me against her, or me against anybody else. It's about compromise. And when do we throw out, I mean, if I were making whatever he's making, doing his job, and I were essentially slapped across the face, I wouldn't want to be here. And then where are we at? Where are we going to be at? When do we invest more in our police department? When we have a school shooting? When we have the problems that so far we've been able to curtail, or people don't see it? We don't have a problem here in Pittsfield. This is Pittsfield. Well, obviously, we have stuff going on. I don't know who was citing the percentages, but I'm not anybody, but I am somebody that will come to you. I am somebody that will listen. I will listen to either side, but we all have to be willing to listen. We all have to be willing to listen and collaborate to come up with a way that people don't have to sell their house. You know, people don't have to, we don't have to get to this point where we're attacking people. Let's not get to this point.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir. State your name, please.
Jason Tardy, I'm the school superintendent, and I'm not a resident of Pittsfield. I spend a lot of my time in Pittsfield. It's where my kids go to school. It's been a community I grew up next to. I grew up 3 miles down the road in Pelmar. I've got a lot of opinions about what you're talking about, but I'm just going to respond from my role as superintendent. The comment that we don't have a crime problem, but we have a road problem, is inaccurate. We have a road problem, and we have a crime problem. And if you don't believe we have a crime problem, come spend a couple days with me and see what our kids are dealing with. Our kids are going home to houses where they don't have food because their parents will sell things, get rid of things, they'll give up on the food so that they can buy drugs. And that's a truth. And if you think it's not out in this community, you are sadly naive. It's here. We deal with it. Our kids are dealing with it. And it's getting worse. We're asking for more in our schools so that we can support that. You want to know, how come my kid has to go to school and deal with this kid? They're a behavior problem. How come you're not doing something about it? Because I can't go in the house and do anything about it. The police department is doing an awesome job. Chief Emery was a great friend of mine. I love that man. He stopped into school quite often. Sometimes I had to say, Chief, it's time for you to go. Because he loved to talk. Chief Bickmore is doing an awesome job. He shows up at the school. You know what? He doesn't talk all day because he goes out and he goes and visits with kids. He's been in every classroom in my building. He's spoken to every kid. We now have Officer Cray come on as a school resource officer. We are safer than a lot of schools in this area. Our police department does an awesome job. Yeah, we have a road problem. My buses are taking the dickens. And it's costing us money. We got to fix the roads. But to do it on the backs of a police department that is providing the safety in my buildings, I'd wish you wouldn't do that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Marie Manning. I was a town councilor here in Pittsfield up until, I guess I ended my term the end of 2017, and I was on the theater committee. And I repeatedly in my reports pointed out how much it was costing the town. I suggested that the theater be turned into a municipal business so that it could be run like a business, and that was turned down. And I would suggest that you open the books up and take a look at where the money has been going, because the calculations I was hearing while I was sitting at home tonight got me needing to come here and explain that to you. For the 2 years that I was part of the theater committee, I continued to say there's got to be a better way. We can't just host, a $5 coffee event and hope that all of a sudden we're going to have $1 million to repair the building and then another $1 million to sustain it over the next 15 years. It needs to be addressed, and conversations in here get turned around like, oh, you're against the theater manager or you're against Catherine. It's like, no, I own one of the biggest houses in Pittsfield. I want it to not be taxed to pieces because the council, Catherine, with the council support, is mismanaging our funds. Look closely at the books. Another thing that I asked repeatedly when I was on this council was a balance sheet. I'm a business owner. I'm on the board of a number of organizations. You always get a balance sheet. Always get a balance sheet. You know what money's coming in, what money's going out, where and why. That doesn't happen in Pittsfield. Catherine oversees the entire monetary information about this town. And as I believe one of the counselors mentioned tonight, the finance committee is in name only. It meets once to approve a budget that they've been given by Catherine. So really take a close look at that. The other thing I want to say is I was on this council when Chief Pete was hired. If there's any doubt about this, his credibility, look at his resume. My goodness. I mean, it's impeccable. The kids in our town know Chief Pete. They walk into Pop-On-Overs, and if they see him, they say, hey, that's Chief Pete. Like, that is, I have an 11-year-old son. That is one of the most important things for a community to have is a chief of police and officers that our children trust and aren't afraid of because they are, hopefully not my child, but doing drugs and alcohol and peer pressure and all the things that each one of us faced when we were kids. Our kids are facing now tenfold, and what they don't know, they learn as soon as they go Google it. So protect our kids and take a look at this budget. And I think also, as I was a counselor, I think this conversation has skewed to like us talking about our taxes, and I'm certainly taking my own liberties here about what I'm having this conversation about. But I don't think any of it's applicable to what's actually on the agenda item tonight. I think the only thing that is on the agenda item tonight is whether or not you're going to take $130,000 that was already allocated and reallocate them someplace else. What needs to happen is this council needs to say, okay, we're going to pause for a minute, and let's face it, they do it at the federal level. We're going to freeze everything for a moment, and we're going to reevaluate this budget that this council, for better or for worse, passed, and find out and really decide, thanks to all the input here, and hopefully more input from other residents and business owners, what this town and community needs to be spending its money on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So Tim, did Chief Bittmore ask for $130,000 more?
Yes.
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 On top of what he was already scheduled to get,
Yes.
55?
No, no, it was actually more, and the finance committee went through the budget items that Chief Bittmore asked for and the other department heads asked for. We went through those items. We had about a 4.5-hour meeting. We went through all of the items with Chief Bittmore, myself, Bob, Howie, the town manager, and Chief Williams was there as well. We went down through all of the items, discussed them ad nauseum over and over again, trying to figure out what to keep and what not to put on the docket for this year. So yes, the $130,000 was the additionals that the finance committee approved for recommendation to be added to the budget to the full council, but it is not what he had originally asked for. Does that make sense?
So the 130,000 was a compromise.
Yes. Yes.
Anyone else? Yes.
Mr. Mayor, just so I can clear it up, I'm a fire chief in 2 other communities, and I'm a big advocate of public safety. And why I was using that 54%, I think originally that the budget was for the police department, why it was shell shocked, they wanted to go up like 54%. What is the percentage it actually went up? Didn't it, my understanding it was 120, or you got a 26% increase over last year. So are we supporting that 24 or 25%? Are we doing that? I think it's a good compromise. We split some for paving, we split some for the chief, and then we got things to work on for next year. Obviously we got issues. We got paving problems, we got all kinds of problems, but we're not gonna get to the compromise here. I'd like to have a 54% raise. I'm sure that every other department in town would like to have a 54% increase, but I'm just looking at some sort of compromise. I don't wanna be in that man's position. Don't get me wrong, I don't wanna be in that man's position. But we gotta have some sort of compromise. My compromise I'm willing to eat the tax bill of 2.2 mil this year. If we're gonna do something for the roads, we're doing something for the PD, and we're doing something to better the town. That was my compromise. I thought it was fairly decent, but it did raise some controversy, and I think the biggest controversy was I think that they cut his raise.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I'd like to speak.
One at a time, please. Yes.
Go ahead. All right, thank you. So, Josh Englehart, I came back here in August. I just got out of the Army and I came back here into town. And so I haven't been back here for very long, but I used to live here before I left. And I'm going to be honest, how much each particular part of the budget needs, I couldn't tell you. I really don't have a whole lot of information on that. But, I mean, what I can tell is this. So, everyone needs a bit of money, right? It's hard to say one particular part of the budget is that much more important than the other because people are going to be suffering, whether it's because the roads are shit or because people are dying from overdoses or because the elderly population are starving to death. So if we decide to just add $130,000 into the budget, then you're going to have one part of the community suffering because of that. Now, I'm not the best with numbers, but if there is any way of what looks like a little over 20 items that you can reallocate just a bit of money to accommodate what every part of the community needs, I think that would be far better than taking just from one, or really kind of undercutting one particular part of the community. That's really all I can see.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
It was Jan Knox, most of you know me in one way or another. It was 200 years, by the way, Pete, we are going to continue to have the bicentennial celebration. It was 200 years ago, about now, that Moses Martin and some of his friends were sitting in the woods deciding whether to put a town together or not. And you know what they did? They sat down. They probably had a little spirits. Because it was kind of cold and so forth. But what they were doing is they were sitting around and they were talking. And they were kind of trying to come up with some ideas about what they would like to see in the future. And if I've learned nothing else, and if you've learned nothing else about tonight, I would hope that you would have learned that it's important to continue. No, it's important to start a dialogue. I've lived in town for 15, 16, 17 years now. Ladies and gentlemen, I started the summer concert series. I've been in every business in town. Some people have given us money to sponsor that. Some people haven't. But I've heard every complaint in the book. And I have 3 folders, 3 boxes out in the back of my car of all those complaints. So maybe you'll see me after this meeting is over. But there's something special about this town. That people are willing to take a risk to come to a meeting like tonight and share some of their thoughts and ideas. Tim, if you do nothing else, I would hope that at least 2, 3, 4 times a year, you bring the business leaders in this community in and sit down and have some discussions. And you have some open forums where people can come in and share some of their ideas. And yes, we will be better. We're trying to decide what to put in. Howie and I get interviewed before by one of the TV stations here about the bicentennial. And we're going to have a time capsule. And we're going to be deciding what is going to go in that time capsule. One of the things I hope happens is when those folks dig that time capsule out from 20 feet in the ground instead of 10, the next time, and they open it up, they're gonna look at what's in there, and they're gonna say, you know, those folks back in 2019, they were pretty sharp. Because look at the town we have 50 years from now. So I would hope these kinds of dialogues would continue.
Anyone else wish to speak? Yes, sir. State your name, please.
My name is Pete Bickmore. I'm the police chief from Pittsfield. Just want to make some comments about everything that I've heard tonight and in the last meetings. First of all, I came here because I wanted to try to do a good job. And Pittsfield's a great town. I respect everybody who's here tonight and all their opinions because I think everyone's got valid points. But there is a crime problem in the town, not like in any other town, but we have our unique issues in this town. When I came here, my priorities were our children, seniors, the opiate problem, trying to help people who are suffering from addiction, not to lock them all up, try to get them help, try to go out to the traffickers aggressively, people that are bringing the drugs in from out of state, people who are trafficking here locally, try to reduce crime. That's been my focus. During this budget process, this was my first time doing this. I spent a lot of time going through the budget and trying to be fair. There's no fluff in my budget. I don't have any bells and whistles. It may seem like there are. But I tried to be fair and present a budget that I thought would enhance the officers' safety, their health and well-being. That's my number one priority, is their health and well-being. And I don't always see eye to eye with them. I'm a new guy. I came in. I've got different ideas. I'm trying to lead the officers in a different direction, but it takes time. And during this whole budget process, I've asked for certain things that would help the department, like an administrative assistant. I have a sergeant who's doing a ton of administrative work. I brought it up at several other meetings. It would help to put him on the street so he could be doing other types of work. Same thing with me, so I could be out doing more work in the community and not doing all kinds of administrative work. Most towns our size have an administrative assistant, or at least a part-time assistant. I'm about working together as a team and compromising. And I know that I can't always have everything I want, because you don't always get everything you want when you want it. So I'd be willing to try to propose that there's some things that I could do to try to maybe help everybody in this room and the taxpayers who aren't here tonight. And I'd be willing to try to have a part-time assistant or start one on June 1st to save half the salary. I originally had recommended that we work together with the town hall and share an administrative assistant. That's what I did. But I was told no, that I needed my own by the town manager. I never proposed a second officer, just for the record, and being fair. It was proposed to me during the budget process, and I was asked if we could save overtime or help reduce overtime and combine the animal control position with that position, with another officer. I was asked to come back to the next meeting, and I did. I made recommendations. And I said, yeah, we can do that. Now, I haven't even got a job description. I haven't even gone to the officers in my department and got any type of input. This all kind of happened overnight. But one thing I did recommend was I recommended that we start that position on June 1st, which would help save money, and that's what I had said during the budget committee meetings. That hasn't been brought up once. That's $60,000. So the way I calculate it is the $130,000 that everyone's talking about is really $100,000 if you started on June 1st, which is what I proposed. I could do the same thing with the administrative assistant, or start it off as part-time, or, like I said, share a position. But we need somebody that sits over in the police department, because we have a lot of people that walk in. We need someone to handle complaints and do a lot of the administrative work that I mentioned earlier, that my sergeant's doing, that I'm doing. Okay? I can type with 2 fingers. And that's the truth. So as far as my raise goes, okay, I'm probably one of the lowest paid chiefs in the state. When I met with the town council back in November, I believe it was, I don't have the exact date, I passed out a salary survey. I didn't just get up and say I want more money. I didn't come here just for money. I come here because I love my job. And I want to protect the people the best I can. And I want to try to make the town a little bit better for the next person that takes over when I leave. I want my officers to be safe and healthy. I want all the citizens to be healthy and safe and healthy. That's my priority. You. I look at the police department like we're a business. A business. And you're our customers. And everyone that's listening to this, you're our customers. I put out the survey that was done totally independent of what's going on in Pittsfield. And I asked for a salary that I thought was fair, based on the number of hours I work. And work. I work a lot of hours. Not the only one that works long hours. But I wanted to be compensated fairly. And I was asked during the meeting if I would take a lower salary. And I said, yeah, under 2 conditions. You agree to visit my pay next year again, and you give the other $5,000 to my reserve officers, who are barely working for nothing. And I was told I had to fight for a year to raise their pay from $11 an hour to $16, which it is now, in August. And I was told that we could raise their pay again in this next budget process. Hasn't been done yet. Hasn't been done. They go to gun calls, they go to domestics, they're cops. I hate to tell you, you've heard it all tonight. It's dangerous. And I've been around, and listen, I'm no expert just because I've been around. But I'll tell you what, I hate to see the stuff that's going on in some of the places that I've lived in inner cities and worked here in Pittsfield. And I hate to tell you this, you've already heard it from certain people. It's alive and well here in Pittsfield. You can fool yourself all you want. It's alive and well. So I'm not getting up here to beg for a raise. If you don't want to give me one, don't give me one. If you want to pay me the way that's been proposed, it's a slap in the face. I was told during one of the budget meetings that the chief in Fort Kent was making $59,000 a year, which is what my pay is supposed to go to. I make $52,000 a year. And I know that's a lot more money than some people make, but that's what cops make. And chiefs around here are making $70,000 to $75,000 a year. In this area, I shouldn't be compared to what's going on in Fort Kent. And just for the record, I told everyone in here that chief in Fort Kent was making $75,000 after the town manager said he was making around $59,000. That's totally inaccurate. Chief in Fort Kent told me a few weeks ago he's making $80,000. So I want you to support the police department. I want the town to be supported in the road department and all the other areas. I agree with what Nancy said. I think there's got to be better vision in this town. I'm still kind of an outsider looking in. There's no vision in this town. None. And the police department works hard. It's not perfect, but we're working to try to make it that way. And it's a great town. I care about the citizens. And I think if we compromise on some of the things I just mentioned with the administrative assistant, I'm willing to do it. I brought it up before. I'm willing to compromise on a second officer. Like I said, start it in June. Or table it. Do it next year. I'm willing to do that. And I want to say this, my door is always open for anybody. I think everyone on the town council has a tough job, like it's already been said, and we're not always going to agree or disagree. It wouldn't really be a lot of fun if we always agreed on everything, but my door is always open. I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to say I'm sorry. I'm willing to accept fault. But let's work together. Let's be a team here. And look out for what the town and the citizens. And that's all I got to say.
Yes.
Anna Bacchus. Catherine, I just have to ask you, are we unworthy of your attention? Because for everyone that has spoken tonight, you've not stopped writing, shuffling papers, or looked up, and I'm really disappointed in that.
I'm writing notes so that I have all the information.
I don't care. You can look up. Eye contact. Thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Tanya Hazard. I live on Crawford Road. I worked as a pharmacist for like 10 plus years here, and I can tell you the drug problem is real. We pass out needles, bags of needles.
1 minute. Could whoever's speaking over here please be quiet, because we can't hear her.
Could you start again?
Sorry, but I didn't hear everything.
Okay, I can speak louder. I have that ability. I'm Tanya. Yeah, you do. My name is Tanya Hazard. I live on Crawford Road here in Pittsfield. I was a pharmacist here for 10 plus years, and I can tell you that the drug problem is very real. We unfortunately have to hand out needles if people come and ask for them, and we have had days where we hand out 5 to 6 bags of needles. The only rule is you can't come back twice in a day. I had a time where a guy was coming back every day for needles, and then about 3 months afterwards I saw he kept coming. Then I saw his picture in the newspaper that he was busted near Warsaw School for selling heroin. It's not somebody else's problem. It is our problem. My husband works as a Bangor police officer, as a patrolman. He makes more than you. Working overtime, mind you. I think his base salary is somewhere around 50. But he's a patrolman. He's not the chief. And I don't know everything else that was involved in what you were asking for, but for a chief to work for that little and have that much responsibility is kind of sad, in my opinion, being the wife of a police officer. And those officers put their lives on the line. Any one of them could be shot. We have guns in this town. I mean, we have guns at my house. I'm sure most of us have guns in our house. But we have guns in this town. We have drugs in this town. You have everything that Bangor has. And your police chief is making nothing. From what I understood, I don't think the officers have gotten a raise in a long time. So having a raise for them, I mean, we got to pay these people if they're putting their lives on their line, because they can get shot. They're one bullet away from death. So that's all I got to say. It's here. It's real. believes it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
I was just have a question. Do you know how much it's going to cost to repair all the roads in Pittsfield?
Did we figure that out one time?
We had the paving costs,
Yeah, it
and
was
we
like
also
17
had
like 17
repair
million,
costs for
I
roads
think.
too, which the council has looked at each year.
Okay. So $130,000. How much road do you think that'll pave?
That's 1 mile.
1 mile?
Yep.
So who's it going to go to? Is it going to go to Higgins? Is it going to go to Library Street? We have 3 paid positions and 1 mile of road. So we're going to compromise 1 mile of paved road for safety? That was just my question.
Anyone else? Last chance. Anyone else? I know you guys have sat through all this and you appreciate the effort coming out tonight. Anybody else want to speak before I close this public hearing and before I close it to the public and send it over to the council? No one else? Okay, thank you for all your input. And council, questions or comments? Caleb.
I guess I'll start, because one could argue quite easily that I'm the one
Order,
that
Mr.
caused.
Mayor, sorry, do we need to have a motion to open the discussion first?
Yes, you're right,
before we
Heather.
start with-
I'm jumping the gun here.
Okay, so
I'd like to make, we need a motion, we need an order, we need a motion on the floor to open this up.
can I ask a quick question of Catherine before we have that motion? Catherine, can you explain what the legal opinion
Yeah, that's
is
what I was-
before we have the motion? Because there's like, if we, depending on how we say the motion will determine how much we can change. You know, it's not.
All right, very good.
There should have been a motion on the floor first, before it went to the public. You make the motion, you second the motion, you ask the audience, then it goes to the council.
Well,
That's Robert's Rules of Order, that's what we follow. So, for future reference, before it goes out to the public, there should be a motion on the floor that's been seconded.
Deborah, in the lawyer's or the attorney's opinion, in here it said that we can technically listen to the public's input before we have an official motion. So I just wanted to just have this kind of put out in the open so that we can make sure that we take the right next step, because it's kind of important based on how she has it written. So.
All right, very good. I went on my first vacation for 6 years, and a special meeting got called. Yes, I know. And then this got rather confusing. So I arrived back, the attorneys arrived back from vacation, everybody arrived back from vacation over the holidays, and I was able to send in everything that took place to the town attorney. And so the council has before them additional information received the afternoon of January 2nd, 2019 from town attorney Natalie Burns, and Natalie before. This is on Ordinance 1901, reconsideration of amendment to Ordinance 1805, which is what was listed on the agenda. That removed $130,000 from the police department to add as a line item for road work under the highway department. I'm going to read this because I tried to have the attorney make this as concise as possible. They indicate it is an extremely complex issue because of how it's been done. So Natalie writes, Mrs. Burns writes, the council has the authority to reconsider votes at the next regular meeting, which for the budget is tonight's meeting. And this is from the last regular meeting on December 18th. Reconsideration of this matter could not have occurred prior to January 1 since there was no regular council meeting scheduled. While this issue is very confused due to the charter requirements for adoption of the entire budget by year end, on balance, I think it is possible for the board to reconsider if a majority wants to do so. And we had asked about this because it was listed as an ordinance on the agenda. Ordinances usually have public hearings, and reconsideration is not usually listed that way. So we wanted to make sure it was clear. And this is quite interesting. In order to reconsider, a member of the council who voted in the majority for the budget, so that would be on the prevailing side, which approved the amendment after the public hearing at the December 18th meeting, which was 4 councilors. Somebody who voted in the majority for the budget must make the motion to reconsider. The council can discuss the issue of reconsideration before or after such a motion is made or both, and it is within the council's discretion as to whether to accept public comment on this, since this is not a public hearing. And of course, they would have public comment. I did ask the town attorney if the councils could just go ahead and get public comment if they wanted to, and the town attorney had said that could be done too. The town attorney writes, even though an item has been placed on the agenda, the decision as to whether to reconsider the final vote lies within the discretion of the board. It is not even required that anyone make such a motion. If no one makes a motion for reconsideration, the council will simply move over to the next agenda item. The budget will remain as adopted at the last meeting. If the council does vote to reconsider, this is where this is the most important part. That will take the entire budget back to where it was before the final vote. So we're going back into December. This means that amendments can be made to the budget. Those amendments could include reversing the funding change amendment involved in the prior budget adoption, which was that amendment that came up after the regular amendment to update all the figures that had taken place throughout the budget meetings and the finance committee meeting. So this was the last item. Or funding items to be changed with other funding sources. While the council in other situations could vote to reconsider and then postpone the meeting to allow for additional notice and public hearing, which is what you would normally do, this is not an option here because of the charter obligation to adopt the budget prior to the end of the fiscal year. The council could decide in its sole discretion to allow public comment on this part of the deliberations, even though it is not a public hearing. If the council pursues this, the final budget adoption should be in the format that you provided, which is the way the budget is usually adopted. It lists all the revenue sources. It lists how much the overall budget is, how much the capitals are. It's a lengthy ordinance. So we would, if you do open this up and do a budget reconsideration, we need to do the entire budget again. The two important things to keep in mind are that reconsideration undoes the prior budget adoption. And as a result, at the end of the discussions, the council has to adopt the budget. Finally, because the ordinance requesting reconsideration is not an emergency ordinance, any new budget ordinance adopted tonight will not take effect for 30 days. So that means on the entire budget. If there is interest in revising some of the budget items, but doing so after notice and public hearing, the council would not vote to reconsider things tonight. Because if you reconsider, you've got to make a decision and finalize the budget, and that's it. Instead, the council would need to follow the procedures in section 5.09D of the charter, which authorizes the council to transfer unencumbered funds from one department to another upon written request of the town manager. Now, this has always been done at the end of the year to balance out the budgets. I don't think it's ever been done at the beginning of the year or at the beginning of the budget process. But in any case, that is an option. This would happen at a future meeting, and a public hearing would need to be held on proposed changes. Mrs. Burns writes, Attorney Burns, that this is not an issue that is subject to a simple explanation due to the various charter requirements and obligations. While I have tried to provide a simple outline, the matters involved are extremely complex. Regards, Natalie L. Burns, Esquire. So basically, if you vote to reconsider, it takes the budget back to where it was before the final vote. So you're going back to last year, and amendments can be made to the budget. You can reverse the funding difference that you had. You can make other changes if you so desire. But you're going to have to finalize the budget tonight, whatever you do. If you reconsider, then you do not have a budget, so you have to finalize tonight. If you choose to do so.
Could we, if we, because there was a lot of stuff brought up tonight, is there a way that we could say that we do want to reconsider it, but we don't want to finalize everything tonight? Is there a way that we could do it?
No, we
it
have
all has to happen
it's
tonight.
finalized tonight because you're opening the budget, and once
so we can't table it then per se.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
That's what I was just wondering if there's.
No. You can't, because we have to have an approved budget, and by reconsidering, the town attorney is stating it opens up and throws out the past votes, and then you don't have an approved budget.
Okay. That was my question, okay.
This is much more complex than what anyone thought it would be. But it's a unique situation.
Well, I'm not new to the processes of the council, but I am new to this issue. So, my understanding that a person who voted to adopt the $130,000 for the police department would have to make
So it would be somebody who...
would have to motion for the reconsideration.
It would be somebody who voted in the prevailing side, which would be the 4 counselors
And is
who
that what
voted to
happened?
move the money from the police department budget to the public works budget.
Okay, so
From
so
the-
who made the motion to reconsider?
All right, so the people that voted on the motion before was Kayla, Bob, Tim, Matt.
So if we open it up, then we also can make changes to any place in the budget that we wanted to.
You
But
can.
then when we close it, it's technically like
It has to be over with.
it's a done deal.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to finish it tonight if you decide to
do nothing.
So we can have a legal
Public hearing and change
So-
it then.
So I mean, we can just have. Okay. I just want to. I want to be able to speak somewhat.
Mr. Mayor, there's no motion on the floor. You have an entire discussion, there's no motion.
That's what I said. I know.
I opened this up for discussion for counselors before we...
But there's still no
You can't
motion
without a motion
on
on
the
the floor.
floor. We have to have a
Kayla wanted an
motion.
explanation of this before we put it to
Can we just... Okay.
It's okay to have an explanation.
So can we have an?
All right,
we can have
I'll
a
look for motion then.
So, but does the motion have to come from one of us four?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's that's where I'm coming from.
No,
Mike,
wait a
is that
minute,
we
wait a
just-
minute, wait a minute. The motion to reconsider had to come from somebody on the prevailing side. Not the motion made tonight.
It would be from the prevailing side of the motion that was made at the December 18th meeting. So it's somebody who voted to move the monies from the police department budget to the public works budget, which was Bob, Caleb, Tim, Matt, prevailing side.
Okay.
It's the same 4 votes passed the budget, and I think that's the reconsideration part. We're reconsidering the entire budget as amended, not just the amendment. And by opening up discussions with a motion from someone on the prevailing side, it opens up the entire budget for discussion tonight. And if that happens, we need to finish it, have a budget, say this is it at the end of the night.
Yes.
So that's
Okay.
that's your choice. You either, to capitalize, you either have to make the motion to reconsider, open the budget for discussion within the council, and then once our deliberations begin, it's up to the councilors to decide whether or not we accept more public input or not. Technically, public input is closed on this issue. Or the option is to table this item and have schedule a public hearing?
No,
Is
you
that
would
the other
pass
option?
over it or vote it
You'd
down.
either do nothing.
Either way, we're
Or
gonna-
do nothing.
Do nothing or you vote on it.
Right, if you do nothing tonight, then it
Stays the way it is.
Right. It stays the way it is for now, but then we could have a public hearing at another date.
That's if
But-
you decide you want to do the transfers, which requires the town manager to certify that the monies are available and to make the request to the council. There's one other little section. Or there's a supplemental section, which certainly I would not propose you do, in which you would raise more monies, which you can amend the budget and add monies to it. I would not recommend you do that.
Really?
No. I think we got enough here.
So
it's a unique situation. It's something I've never seen before. And the attorney was actually kind of surprised at the whole thing.
because obviously one of the things that would be good to do is be able to look. I mean, it would be good to be able to have some time to look at other places.
We've had 4 months to look at the
Which
budget.
should have been
Yes,
done
we
before
need to
this
make a
happened.
decision.
Yeah,
We either
well,
need to have a
I know.
motion or just move on.
All right.
I move that ordinance 1901, reconsideration of amendment to the ordinance 18-5, be moved to the floor for a vote. We're gonna open the, I am motioning to open up the budget again.
But you can't.
Why?
Because you were not on the prevailing side of the vote that passed the budget. It has to be one of the 4 counselors that passed the budget, has to make the motion to open this for reconsideration.
Pass the budget or main?
In December.
It's all the
pass
same thing.
budget. It's very confusing, so we tried to have the town attorney write it out.
No, frankly, I find this whole thing ridiculous. As a counselor, I'm appalled that we're even at this point. So I think the 5 of you, 6 of you, need to figure out how to fix it.
So we'll fix it.
I'm not taking responsibility for any of this garbage.
Well, you weren't involved, so.
That's right.
This is where we're
So
at.
fix it.
I know. What
You
we're,
have 2 choices. Let it go or open it up.
let's move on, shall we?
Yeah. So I move that we take the resolution, there's a lot going on here. I move that we take ordinance 1901 and move it to discussion.
Second.
Yep.
Move it to discussion. Then I
Okay.
got a second.
All right, so can I?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody in favor of discussion?
Yes.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay.
It's open.
Is there public input on this part?
Okay, yeah, if they want to have public input.
Yeah, I guess you can.
I mean, it's all the same stuff.
Can we go first?
No.
You go. Okay.
Mr. Chinkel.
I know I last spoke a couple hours ago, and we've gone through an awful lot here, but I want to reiterate, when I first communicated with the assistant town manager about this topic, no word did I ever use the word reconsideration. And I was very clear in my correspondences and by reading tonight that it is not to be considered a reconsideration by the charter. Because as such, not being a member of the prevailing vote, I could not make that motion, nor could that motion have been made after that meeting. Reconsideration in this part is a verb only. To review or to rethink or to rehash over. Whatever term you want to put in there, that's what it is, not reconsideration. When you call it reconsideration, Catherine, that's when you pay money to have an attorney weigh in on something that has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about on here. Absolutely nothing. I did not call it reconsideration, and I'll be happy to give copies of my emails to the young lady here that represents the Central Maine Morning Sentinel. I actually brought copies if you'd like to have them.
So
I'm getting railroaded here, and I don't like it. I think everyone else is wrong. I'm not going to lose my language and say words like pissed off, but I'm pretty damn upset. Because this should never, ever have gone that way. And if we had the 4 responsible counselors, the last meeting, it would have been taken care of.
There it is in enough.
Thank you.
So the only way to make changes to the budget is a reconsideration. The only way.
I disagree. I'd like to see that in the charter. Any changes that, any change that changes the amounts. We're moving putting funds from one department back to another. That's all it was doing. It's not changing the budget. The bottom line is still the same. You can interpret it any way you want. I've read it a half a dozen times.
It's in the
Today.
It's in the administrative code, and the town attorney has indicated it is a reconsideration. So this is it's just where we're stuck at this point.
Yeah, well, they're obviously okay.
Maybe we need a new attorney.
I think that's
It's what was listed on the.
Never mind.
One more, yes. Hey, Tim, Catherine, didn't you say that we could go back and operate on 2018 and then have a 30-day window to have public hearings and work on making adjustments to the numbers as such and then adopt another budget? Did I hear you in that
All right,
interpretation?
tonight, what we have to do is adopt a budget. If you wanted to go back to 2018 and undo all the changes, certainly that is something the council can do.
And then
But you can't change the budget after tonight, so that's the budget we're gonna have.
I didn't hear that in what you were saying. There was a way that we could make changes.
No, it's not make changes, it's move
No.
funds.
Move funds,
That's
there's
different.
another way. I can go, it's very
Okay.
confusing, I can go over it again.
Go over it again.
Yeah.
So,
She's gonna go over that
I'll
again,
go
just so
over it
everybody's
again.
clear, okay, Mike?
no, I'm
You go ahead and
fine.
finish, but I'll let her do that.
So basically, if the council does vote to reconsider, Attorney Burns indicates that will take the entire budget back to where it was before the final vote. This means that amendments can be made to the budget. Those amendments could include reversing the funding change amendment involved in the prior budget adoption, which is where the monies were moved between the accounts after the public hearing, or funding items to be changed with other funding sources. While the council in other situations could vote to reconsider and then postpone the matter, because we've had a couple of reconsiderations before, but it's rare. And that could have been set up for a public hearing, get more public comments and everything, but because this is a budget, we cannot do that. The budget, if the council pursues this, the final budget adoption should be in the format that we provided, which was the ordinance that's attached to the information that's available this evening, and what was voted on previously. So the two important items to keep in mind are that reconsideration undoes the prior budget adoption, and as a result, at the end of its discussions, the council has to adopt the budget. Finally, because the ordinance requesting reconsideration is not an emergency ordinance, any new budget ordinance adopted tonight doesn't take effect for 30 days, and that's on the entire budget. If there is interest in revisiting some of the budget items, but doing so after notice and public hearing, the council would not vote to reconsider tonight, because you have to make the decision tonight. Instead, the council would need to follow the procedures in a certain section of the charter, Section 5.09D, which authorized the council to transfer unencumbered funds from one department to another upon written request of the town manager. And this is a process that we utilize at the end of the year to balance the budget. If, for example, this year the highway department was overdrafted in 2018, so we transferred money there. However, this could take place upon written request of the town manager. That would happen at a future meeting, and a public hearing would need to be held on proposed changes. So these are your two options. There is another option about supplemental appropriation, but it's not to be considered because that would mean raising more money.
Yes, Heather?
Mr. Mayor, can we clarify Caleb's motion that he made to open discussion? Is that sufficient, or does he have to say to adopt resolution 19 or ordinance 1901 to open discussion? We've already opened it, so we've opened the possibility.
Yeah, I will change my. I move we adopt.
Well, we've already voted
Sorry.
on it, so
Okay.
if you want to change your motion, now we have to have an amendment to
Okay, I'm
it.
sorry.
So,
We've
I just
voted
want
on-
to clarify that we've already opened the budget. We've kind of gone past the point of what the letter says. We've already opened the budget. Now our task is to look at the budget and decide if we're going to make changes to it or proceed as it's written. That's the question before us now, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that's the
So-
point we're at. We're not arguing about whether to open it or what our
It's
other
already
option.
open, yeah.
Our only option right now is to open the
Solve it
budget,
tonight.
look at the budget, fix whatever issues are in there, and it's not just the $130,000 and where it's coming or going. It's the whole
Everything's on the board.
budget is up for review right now. So that just needs to be clear to everybody. We've already passed the point where are we going, where aren't we going, we've already opened the budget.
Matt?
Can I ask Mike a question?
Sure.
Mike, first of all, I just want to apologize that I wasn't here at the meeting. I'll take responsibility. I wasn't there to make a quorum. And also, I want to address Mr. Tardy. I was the one to say that there wasn't a crime problem in this town. There's a road problem, and I was wrong. That was ignorant of me to say that. You know, I feel that this town is very safe. I feel that the police department does an excellent job of keeping everyone to feel safe. However, there is a growing drug problem in Pittsfield. Not only Pittsfield, Maine, and the United States as a whole. I just don't know if we put more money in it, if we're going to really change we're going to make huge changes. I think what Mike Cray is doing in the schools is a great start. I think, when I was a kid, we had the DARE program, and it really made a difference in a lot of kids, not to do drugs. And now that marijuana is legal, that opens up another barrel of worms, or can of worms, or whatever. But what I'm trying to say is I'm not a very good public speaker, and I said things that I probably shouldn't. I meant that the town, I feel, is safe, but there's still problems, and we need to work on them. But because I wasn't there at that last meeting, we didn't make a quorum, and I'll take responsibility for that. But I would like to have your input, Mike. You called this meeting to order as mayor. I would like to hear, do you have any new ideas that you can bring to the table? Do you have any further discussion? Can you add something?
If I may respond to that, I take issue with the attorney's response. Once you call it a reconsideration, all bets are off what the original intention of this was. There is a section in the charter book, I can't remember if chapter 1 or 2, it's on the left-hand side in the lower part of that page where it does call for passing of a budget for that year. However, if the budget cannot or is not passed, the previous year's budget will hold sway until the new budget is put into place. So the idea of either all or nothing tonight, I think, is incorrect. It flies in the face of what the charter says. That's what I'm going on. Because what you're saying is that your motion is to consider that amendment, and because the attorney says that if we open up that amendment, the entire budget's open and it has to happen tonight. That's wrong. Look in the charter. It's on the left-hand side, near the bottom of that page. I can't remember chapter 1 or 2, maybe the following chapter, but it's there, and I've read it numerous times, and it may be highlighted in my copy there, if you want to look at it. So the idea of having the budget done tonight and completed tonight, and that's the only thing you consider, that kind of flies in the face by what this ordinance is saying. This ordinance is considering the $130,000 that was taken from the police and put to road paving. All that is saying, put that back from road paving back into the police department as it was originally. The whole idea that all bets are off, the entire budget's up for grabs, and it has to happen tonight. Of course, no one wants to stay here any longer, so yeah, let's not pass it. The budget's done. Let's go on to the next thing. I think that's my opinion. Dirty pool. I don't like it, and I think it's disrespectful. Everyone that's here, it's disrespectful to the councils that are here, and it's not the proper use of town resources to have an attorney weigh on something where I very clearly stated it is not a reconsideration matter. It was a verb. And as I said, I still have those copies. I'll be glad to give you after the meeting.
I'd like to speak further, please.
Yes.
I also want to say, it's my first year here, and I might not be doing things right, as far as I voted on the 4 people that made that last-minute call of paving the roads versus giving the police department more positions. But frankly, I've been thinking all year long, I've made comments that we need to pave the roads. And I'm new to this, so I don't know exactly how the order of things go. And the way I saw it is we had 2 workshops. It was my bad that I missed the 3rd workshop, so I didn't get a chance to say what I thought. If I was there at that meeting, I would have said, hey, where's the paving? That's my thing. That's what I hear from all you people is the paving problem in this town. And that's what I want to bring to this discussion. And then the finance committee kind of funnels down all this, like a wish list. We gave all the departments to say, what do you need? What do you want? And then they gave it back to us. And then that last meeting was our last time to make a change or something. And it felt like tonight does now that if we have to approve a budget and we have to go through it all tonight, it's it's 9:30 right now. That's crazy for us to try to make right decisions, educated decisions, all in one night, change the budget, and try to keep everyone happy. It's just not possible.
I will say this, speaking of being late. The reason I wasn't at the last meeting is because I had started a new job and I had to be to work that night because I couldn't get it off. I've got the same thing down, I've got somebody waiting for me till 10:30 in Bangor, so in about 10 minutes, I'm going to have to leave, because otherwise that person is stuck there, because it's a position where you can't leave. Deborah, you had a question?
Okay. At the end of the year, when you move money around to cover this one was short, but this one had some left, blah, blah, blah. That's the part, the second option, correct?
That's correct.
And so, can we rescind the motion that's on the floor? Or do we let it die, and can we then visit doing that at the next meeting?
Caleb can withdraw his motion.
Huh?
Caleb can withdraw his motion.
Basically, I agree with Mike. It was in the police department budget, correct?
Monies were approved for the police department budget.
To have that $130,000.
That would be correct as part of the
Okay.
$98,000.
Then, a motion was made to remove it, or to move it from the police department to the highway department.
That would be correct.
So why can't we just move it back? Why is this, why did a lawyer get involved? This is ridiculous.
It's because it's a complicated issue. There has to be an approved budget, and the attorney is correct. You can't read one little section that says one thing. You have to read the entire charter, the entire administrative code, and the state law all together, and the attorney is correct.
So, how do we just do the part where we switch the money?
That's what we're doing right now.
That's what we're
doing right now, if we stop debating what we're doing.
Yeah. So I just opened it up so that we could do that, but.
Hi, Amanda Collmore again. I just wonder if one of you is able to make a motion to keep the budget as it was on the 18th, except to move the 130, because you already agreed on all of that. Wouldn't you be able to make that? I don't know how that works.
I don't know.
But instead of
I've been
staying
on the
here forever,
council
I mean,
before for
I
6
have to
years,
work
and
too, but I don't want to leave until this is approved or moved.
Not to mention,
Thank
it's
you.
still an 8% increase.
All right, so we have,
Who says that?
so we have a,
Thank you.
I don't know what we have.
where we're at right now.
So, Heather, go, and then I would like to go after you, Heather. Sorry.
So where we're at right now is that we already have a motion on the floor, it's been seconded. We voted in the affirmative to open ordinance 1901 reconsideration, whether it's supposed to be written that way or not, Mike, that's what we're stuck with right now. Reconsideration of the amendment to ordinance 18-5, which removes $130,000 from the police department to add as a line item for road work under the highway department. That's where we are right now. We're in that discussion period now. So we need to take an action on that. And based on the letter from the town attorney, that action has opened up the entire budget for us to look at. So, based on the discussion of many people here tonight, and during the public input, believe me, we listened. And we did not talk. We listened to everything that you said. And so taking that to heart, I see places in the budget that we can move things around, trim things off. The police chief has said that he's okay with having half year, and it did come up in the finance, where did you go? It did come up in the finance committee, and it was in my notes to bring it up when we actually had discussion open. That was part of the finance committee budgetary discussion, was the fact that, you know, we might be budgeting $60,000 for that position, and that's wages and benefits, health insurance, and all that in one. It's not just $60,000 wages.
Yeah, otherwise I'd apply.
Right. So, I lost my train of thought there. So, he said in that, you know, by the time we either train someone or advertise and hire someone, it might be June before we have someone in that position anyway. So it's very practical to say these new positions will start June 1st. That gives us time to train, it gives them time to have applications put in and vet people to find the best person for the position. So that is an option as well, to actually not even have a $130,000 line item there, to actually trim that part off. There is money in the budget under,
Heather, can I get up and speak real quick, and then we'll listen to all your like items.
yeah, I'm just saying there's money in the budget for paving.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that has come out in the meeting yet. We just stopped it.
I don't wear glasses.
So that's something we haven't talked about, that, you know, one of the main purposes that you made the amendment to begin with is put money for paging in the budget.
Try saying that again.
Paving in the budget, and there's already money in the budget. We just hadn't decided how to pay for it yet, whether it was PERS money or loan or however. We hadn't decided that yet.
So there's actually no specific money in the budget for paving. However, in the capital part, which Heather is referring to,
Right.
$706,000 is comprised of a number of items, which includes $500,000 up to for paving, which was proposed to use the Pittsfield's future funds as a mechanism to do debt service payments on that, or a smaller number.
Right.
So the money is not actually there, but the beginning of authority is there to do that.
Right.
And then if you're going to get a loan, there's public hearings and processes to go through.
Yes. So that was a separate discussion to
Yeah.
have. But the way I look at it is taking like it's been said before tonight, taking $130,000 out of this line item out of the police budget doesn't go very far for paving, and it doesn't even begin to touch. It probably wouldn't even fix the corner of your street. You know,
It's
on most stuff.
It's 1 mile.
It's
I asked Steve.
minimal when you look at the impact that it can have in other areas of the budget. The police chief has shown that he's willing to work with us on the items that he feels are needed for the police department. The other department heads also went through, you know, they all had wish list things that the finance committee, we had a list. And we went through and said, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, maybe some of this, not all that. So there was deliberation done, and I don't think we can keep putting this off. Every meeting, it's like, we just don't want to make a decision. We need to just make a decision tonight, make a budget, live with the budget, and say, yes, there's going to be an increase. How much is it going to be? Because even without these additional items, there was going to be an increase. We can't keep avoiding deferred maintenance on the building. We have mortar crumbling outside the building. We have roof that has leaky issues. The last thing we need is this building having
highway
leaking
department
issues.
is leaking
The
all over.
So there's issues within the building, and that's part of this budget, is coming out of taxpayer dollars this year to fix those things. Those are things that can't be put off. You know, do we need extra people? That can be up for debate, but I think that what we did within the budget cycle and within the finance committee is try and find the most effective way that we could hire positions and have them be effective. Having the new officer also serve as ACO, so that we don't have a separate line item budget of $8,000 for ACO contract services in addition to having a police officer. Have the officer that we hire serve that position to try and minimize the increase on the budget. The additional custodian person that we're adding to the Public Works Department, we looked at that position and said, okay, we're paying, was it $12,000 or $13,000 a year for custodial services? $12,000 a year to have the floors vacuumed and pretty much the trash, pretty minimal services.
There's a number of items that
Basic.
are done at both the library and municipal
Right.
buildings.
So we looked at that and said, okay, there have been some issues in the past as far as services. We need maintenance done on a regular basis on this building. We need custodial work done on a regular schedule on this building, the theater, the library. Let's hire a position. We have control over the quality of the work that person is doing, and they're available to do maintenance issues. So when there's a light out or there's an issue in here that's a maintenance issue, we don't have to call Public Works off a dig site or whatever they're doing to try and have them fit it in to their schedule when they already have a full schedule of what they're doing. So when we were looking at this budget, I know it seems like on the outside they're just adding positions left and right. We tried to make it the most effective way that we could and minimize additional costs. And I'm really glad to see so many people here. I wish a lot of you had been here in October when we started the budget cycle, because some of the ideas that were here tonight would have been very, very useful, and some of the input would have been very useful back in October, November, and December. So I'm chiding you a little bit that, you know, it was on the news and everybody's interested now, but we've been dealing and going round and round with these issues for 4 months now. And it's a yearly occurrence. It's not just this year that this happens. So I think that's all I'm going to say about it.
So I just have one. Are we in council? So I can talk.
We're in council.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a whole bunch of places to go here, but basically, I was the one that proposed moving the money from the police chief or from the police department to the roads, and it's been brought up tonight that was a mastermind, like back or potentially a backdoor deal, and I that was not what happened. Before, and then you could say, well, geez, you've been working on the budget for 4 months. How could you possibly change your mind at the last minute? We didn't get a chance to see the big picture until the end. Like, we didn't know how much the raise was going to be until we were at the end. And that's why tonight, just like how we brought up at one of the other meetings, you know, I want to push that budget process back a month, so it gives us time to, you know, so that we get to see what it is that we want to create, instead of like getting to see what it is that we're creating right at the last minute, and then we have to. And I felt like if I didn't stand up at that last meeting, which, believe me, I have not slept a lot of nights, and I bet I spent 100 hours talking to like different people and on the phone. I mean, I feel like, like everyone says, it's been brought up that we ruined the bicentennial tonight, you know, I mean, and it was basically my idea. I mean, geez, I ruined the bicentennial. I feel like Dennis the Menace or something, but, because this was not a bunch of us counselors getting together and trying to figure out how to attack the police chief or how we're going to get back at, you know. And then it was brought up again tonight, the way that we voted for the mayor. You know, Heather and I had a very good phone call today. And like, I sat next to her in our Christmas Eve service at church. Not to vote for Heather was a big deal to me. I really, really respect Heather. She always comes to these meetings with really a lot of good stuff, you know. So this is not, there was not a backroom deal going on. This is not a backroom deal. When I saw that we had a 8 or 10% increase in taxes and 0% towards roads, that's what gave me the idea to sit there all by myself, nobody else, look at the budget paperwork that Catherine gave us, and look down through, and I saw the two biggest ones, and I said this at the last meeting, the two biggest ones were the highway department and the police department. And I already knew that based on what we were doing with the highway department, we're taking over plowing the roads. Everybody comes and talks to us about, why do you guys sand, and why is there somebody plowing the roads? And I mean, so we're talking about changing that, and the town is going to eventually take over plowing the roads, and we're going to have sanders on the back of those trucks. So we're not going to have sanders and plow trucks. So I knew that we could not take out of that department, because the additions in that department were. So I went to the next budget, which was a 54% increase, and that's where I got some money to put towards the roads, because it was brought up that there is money, there's potential money in the 2019 budget for roads, $500,000, potential money. We need to borrow that money. We, as a council, never came to a conclusion with how we were going to pay for that money. So in the 2019 budget, there is, with an 8% increase, there is no money in that to pay back a $500,000 loan. So if we borrow $500,000, and maybe someone can correct me, I'll pause for a second. If later on in 2019 we decide that we want to borrow $500,000, guys, to do roads, then that means that we have to take money from somewhere else. So either raise taxes or take money from somewhere else in the town's budget to make the payments on that $500,000. So that's where this all came from. And oh my goodness, I wish I could turn back time, because wow. Because that was my idea, and all this happened because of that. And I'm really sorry for all the people that feel like that I've attacked them. And Chief Bickmore, like, I really look forward to the day that I can see you in the town office and shake your hand, and Ron, and Ron and I had a great conversation this morning, and I know that he was disappointed with me at the last meeting. And do I believe, and a couple more things, do I believe that there is a drug problem? Yes, I do. I really, really do. But just like our superintendent said, that I'm not saying that the police department is not going to do a big role in there, because I am excited about the changes that are happening. But I do not. But I think a lot of that's going to happen at the home level. That being said, I was reading articles online about drug stuff and police departments and stuff, and yeah, I mean there's a lot of good ways that the police department, obviously, because this problem that we're having here is not unique to a Pittsfield. I mean, you can Google small town drug problems and stuff. But anyways, so what I'm saying is that I am willing to revisit this tonight. And the hardest thing that I wish that could do, and I know I don't want to kick the can down the road, but we're gonna revisit this tonight and try to make it right. And there's no backroom deals, I promise. Or not on my end, there isn't.
Just quickly, this isn't the first time, just speaking to what Mike had said earlier about the attorney, it's not the first time or the second or the third in the past even couple of years that Catherine has crafted a request of the attorney to obtain and respond that she wants. And so I would just suggest that this council be aware that just you are her supervisors. Supervise her. And when you are spending our money, taxpayers' money, to pay an attorney for a question, to investigate what's going on with our codes or policies, make sure, double check, and don't blame the staff. Because when I was town councilor, I got so many concerns from our staff of the way they're treated in this town. So don't lay blame on staff, because it's not where the blame goes. The other thing that I'll say is each of you have access to the Maine Municipal Association. Call them. If you have any questions, call them. The attorney that I spoke with most of the time, Becky Field, she just retired last year. She was amazing. I met the other attorneys at their convention.
Can you go back and say that again?
The Maine Municipal Association.
Okay. Yep.
You should have been given this in your introductory to a new town councilor packet. I didn't get one. In fact, a couple of the members of the community called me up and said, "Hey, Marie, you should really call the MMA because this is happening in the town." I will caution you, if you own a business, you got to be careful, but not because of the MMA, but because of retaliation.
Marie,
contact the MMA.
Marie,
no, I just want to close that up. Know as counselors, you have access to the Maine Municipal Association's attorneys. They can answer questions about what you're responsible for and accountable for. Like if you get indications that you might be sued for a decision or anything like that, call
Marie,
them.
thank you for reminding us about the resources available to us, but I really want to be conscious of the time and confine the rest of the comments in this part to the ordinance that's on
Thank you for
us.
hearing. Yeah, I just wanted that on the record.
If there's additional comments made, we can do it in reports at the end, but right now I just want to confine it to the budgetary review that we opened up. And so right now we're at the point where we need the counselors to either provide ideas that we can discuss for particular items in order to move forward on this item.
Thank you.
And then you can talk some more at the end.
No, that's really all I wanted to say. Okay. I just wanted that on the record.
Okay.
Thanks.
We're going to have a counselor discussion right now, and then we might come back to audience input, just so we can kind of make some progress here. I feel like we're circling the wagons. A little different sitting up here.
Yes.
So
where do you want to get the money?
So
Yeah.
Do we want to entertain other cuts to the budget as it's written, or do we want to just confine our discussion to the 130,000, or do we want to trim the budget in other areas?
Say let's trim. Let's hear ideas, Heather.
I don't even have my budget book with me, so how can I even answer that question?
There might be one in the drawer there, Deb.
Is there? I don't have one.
Mine's out. Hope the truck. Yep, she's got one.
Yeah. Okay. So why don't we start by everybody looking at the same document, because we have a bunch of documents that we could possibly look at. We have the department budget. It says for 2018 at the top of it. This kind of boils the entire budget down line item by line item.
Is that in the tab or is that a separate?
This is a handout that
Oh,
we
yeah.
had. I believe there's more copies. If you don't have your copy, of the last one.
That's the handout from 12/18/2018 that had
Yep.
the original budget that was voted upon, the additional,
Yep.
and then the final.
Here, can we have one more of those? Debbie needs one more.
And it does not include the change that was made at the end after the public hearing.
Right. I just like this one because it has everything listed in there, because we have to go back to before the amendment, correct? And this is what we had at that
You're going
meeting
back
to go by.
to the beginning budget, so we're going back to the first budget that we had in the blue budget book, which is why you have to make the whole ordinance again.
So,
and the town attorney is correct, because we have to read all of the charter and all of the administrative code together.
Okay.
Are you serious? So we're going to be here for another 2 hours.
Well, we're going to try and make this as efficient as we can.
If you want to open it up, then you're opening it up.
It's open. It's there. So,
Do it.
if we go through, I don't know if we want to go through our budget tabs and go budget by budget. Howie, Matt, Caleb, anybody?
I mean,
Wanna go
I get some
tab
ideas.
by tab, or
Well, let's just hear ideas.
Ideas.
Yeah, because
Okay.
obviously everybody has ideas.
We already
so.
did the budget.
Yeah, let's just hear ideas. Yeah.
From the consensus of what I've been told by constituents and the people here tonight, it would be in favor to close the theater and take the money from that to put towards the budget.
I heard the same thing, and I actually would be in favor of that.
So that's $145,000 and $145,366 right there, added back towards the budget.
Well, you guys subtract the revenue, so it's about
and subtract the revenue, so it's 90.
Okay, so
right.
90,000.
So we're on our way to,
So, before we start doing this, can we set like a unified goal? Is our goal to find money for paving? Is our goal to trim the budget down to bare bones again, to go back to square one? Is our goal to find some middle ground that will serve everyone? Howie?
Okay,
Matt?
I'll give you the full picture of my idea, and I'll
Okay.
let anybody else speak whatever they need to do. Okay, so we close the theater, and that gives us $90,000, and that nets us. I'd like to give Chief Dick Moore another full-time officer with the ACO position rolled into it, starting June 1st. That was about $30,000 the first year. We all have to be conscious that is a reoccurring thing. So next year, that'll be $60,000 thereabouts. Okay. I'd also like to give him $5,000 for his reserve officers to help with overtime. I would ask Catherine if this is possible. This is just an idea. I can't claim it's my idea. I got it from another person that called me, and I thought it was a really good idea. I don't know if I should name him or not, but he's not here tonight, so I won't name him. But is it possible where we have the assistant to the town manager position kind of helping out in the office, that we could rotate someone from the town office to the position of the assistant in the chief, like a part-time position, so that the public knows that from 8 o'clock to noontime or noontime to closing, that when they come to the door, they're gonna see someone there. They're gonna help them with the paperwork. Say they want to file some formal complaint or whatever. The public will know there is actually someone there.
So shared administrative assistant.
Kinda like,
between
yeah.
the town office and the
Yeah,
police
share
department.
the resources a little bit. We've already got that.
As long as there was a set amount of time, in other words, this administrative assistant works in the town office from 8 a.m. until whatever, and then goes to the police department, or the reverse. I would not be comfortable leaving that up to anybody, because everybody thinks what they have to do is important. Believe me, I'm speaking from experience. When I worked at MCI, I was a registrar for 15 years, and for 2 years, I got moved into the business office. So I was the accounts receivable clerk on top of my registrar duties. So there has to be a definition for that position.
So Deb, within that, I think the council can say we're going to fund the position or make policy decisions, but as far as resource allocation and personnel management, that would fall under Catherine's purview as town manager to
I
make
understand that, but I would
decision,
like to put that out. I'm just saying that to have it out in the open.
Right.
6 months from now, we don't want to be debating that issue.
Yes. So Matt, on your shared administrative assistant, are you talking about the second additional position to the police department being shared between the town offices and the police department, or are you talking about taking one of the positions in the town office and moving part of the time that they work?
Taking someone that already works in the town office currently.
And not have an additional position.
And not have an additional, because technically we just hired, Mike as an assistant to the town manager, so.
Yes.
Is this like possible? I don't want to be like, I don't work in the town office, so I don't want to like.
Changing somebody's job description, Catherine?
Well, I mean, we have to tighten our belts. It's been obvious from the audience that we have to start
Howie?
tightening it up.
When we did approve another position for community economic development, which is an administrative assistant in the town office.
I think that's the position
But that was a position that I heard in our meeting that was going to be possibly helping out the department heads.
All of the departments, yes.
Yeah, so why couldn't that be a position that is shared, since that's a new position also, to be shared with the police department?
So that's a position that we've had all year, funded from savings of monies over the last 3 years and a budget allocation. So that position has been here off and on all year. There's been a few gaps here and there, but that position has already been here, so it's not a new position. It's
So why
just
did we approve it as a new position, as an additional, Catherine?
because I had monies that were approved by the town council over a 3-year period to put toward the position, along with an allocation for part-time help in the budget. That made a full-time position, which we've had
And you
nearly
used a temp
nearly all
agency
year.
to get that position?
Correct, yes, which worked out excellent.
Yeah, $25 an hour.
That includes, if you look at the cost with the benefits, we actually saved money.
Of course.
So can I?
So
Judge, I just want to finish what I was saying. So I come up with 55,000 left over, because as of this year, realize that next year it will go up, because that full-time position will need to be funded the full-time. But this year there'll be $55,000 that can go back to the taxpayers as relief.
How, well, it won't go back to taxpayers, we just won't be asking them for it to begin with.
Okay.
We're not refunding it back to them, we're just not asking them for it.
Right,
to
it'll be
begin with.
less taxes raised.
It won't really make that much difference in the budget, but it sounds good.
Right, so, where did you get the 55,000? I got 30,000 for the ACO officer
It's 5
for
the
half the
reserve.
year, right? 5 for the reserve officer, so that's 35. And then the shared administrative assistant is already a position in the budget, Catherine, or is it appear as an additional because we're changing the funding source?
You're changing the funding source, so it appears to be an additional, but it already was paid for through budget allocation, money saved up over the years, approved by the council, is carried forward, and it was partially in the budget anyway.
So that position isn't actually adding to the budget, it was already in there, we're just changing.
And it's going to be funded by the economic development, the TIP account.
The TIP account, okay. And so will that work to have, can they be based in the police department for like half the day so that we can say we have stashed hours and then the other half, or would they just, would it be more practical to have an office there for them and then they can also, the department heads can go there?
They would have to be staffed in the town office.
Yeah.
However, they could go over to the police office for a certain number of hours.
Okay. So there'll be desktoping.
Personally, I'm sorry, I don't think that's a good idea.
It will be hard to do, but
it will be too hard to do, and you will go through a lot of people who will come and go because it's too much work. As a person who has done a lot of administrative work.
So would you be in favor of just keeping the administrative position in the budget for the town office as well as the
This
other one
position
instead of
that you're-
sharing, or?
No, but that position that's supposed to work for all the other department
help
heads
everyone.
should not be the position that is going to be shared with the police chief. It should be one of the other positions. Because that person already is dealing with Don Michoud and Steve and the cemetery.
Committees that come in.
I mean,
Historical Society.
I'm going to ask, you're going to burn that person out and they won't stay. And I can guarantee that.
It would be hard to do.
Okay. Other input from counselors is, Matt, did you have any more suggestions to go through, or?
That's about it, I guess. Howie?
I just have one other thought, knowing that the chief did a lot of extra shifts this year as well, which is one of the reasons that we put the $10,000 in there as an additional. I would suggest keeping that in.
I agree with that.
I would agree with that. Bob, Caleb, input on this or other items?
I'm in agreement with Matt, but I do understand with what you're saying about trying to share an administrative assistant to the level that you were talking about there probably may not be super feasible in the level of, and so I don't know much about that, but that does sound kind of right, Deborah.
It would be hard to do. We
Yeah.
could try it.
So, may I share?
Is there someone else in the office, Catherine, that you think?
Pose a question.
Deb's gonna finish first and then.
Okay.
Go, no, Peter, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
No, it's okay, go ahead.
What is so difficult about sharing resources? What is so difficult about sharing resources? Because you've got one side of the building that's dedicated to taxes, water company, right? Highway department, town
But there's-
manager. How many staff people are over there?
2, 3, 4,
4 people. And you mean to tell
5,
me?
if you include Catherine.
We cannot share that resource with the police department?
I'm just, which one is the best one to?
I understand,
But yes, I agree, they can
this
share.
collaboration that somebody talked about a little earlier,
Yes.
what in God's earth is wrong with that? And while you're talking about all these dollars, and Matt, thank you for your apology, and you're a stand-up guy for acknowledging that. Thank you. This town just spent $80,000 for a one-ton truck with a wing plow on it. What on God's earth did you let happen? We're in the plowing business. We're in the trucking business. We're in the construction business. Stan Kitchen would have taken this much, what you paid for that little plow truck, in addition for plowing. What are you going to do? He's done next year. And you're going to go buy big trucks now, big plows, and the town's in the plowing business. And you got 4 employees in the town that are going to do it, right?
Yeah, and they're on call
Stan sends his
24/7.
people home in the wintertime when they're not plowing. They work in his paving business. They work in his paving business in the summer. And when they're not plowing, they go home. What are we doing getting in the plowing business? What are we getting into the trucking business with the sand? I pointed this out to the town manager. We're paying excessive amounts of money. Why? 2 full-time people for 1 month, wearing 2 trucks out, back and forth, and we're adding $1.50 a yard mile. Just $1.50 a yard mile.
Pete,
What does that really mean?
I'd like to
And
confine.
I understand, but you're
Point
talking
taken.
about budgets,
Yeah.
you're talking about saving money, and you're talking about the chief's department and these things. But when we talk about trying to save money overall, and 30 here and 50 here and 60 here, and I know what you're trying to do, but somebody's got to supervise that lady and the decisions she's making every day, because they're foul.
So, Pete,
And nobody, she will twist and turn things around, and I know, I've
Pete?
been in these meetings for the last year. And it goes round and round and round, and nothing happens because she won't let it happen.
okay, Pete, we're gonna stop
Thank
here.
you very much.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
All right.
And you run a good meeting, by the way. You should be the
So
mayor.
we've already got our trucks. We've already committed to doing the 2 plow routes for the next couple years, and we've already kind of traveled down that path. So that's the path we're on, and we're gonna have to kind of see that through to some extent. But tonight, right now, our major goal is to get this budget passed. 2 comments, and then we're gonna go back to the councilors and try and move this forward. So, Joe.
If I could just reiterate that after sitting here for a couple of hours and listening to what everyone has to say, I just think that as we're opening this budget back up for discussion and looking to cut here, cut there, if you listen, certainly most anyone that speaks can make a good case for their portion of the budget, and that's understandable because in any line of work, you can always make that argument. My concern is this, and I'm just going to boil it down to nuts and bolts. 9% increase is just not feasible. We had the gentleman that was in here earlier talking about being on Social Security. He's not the only one. I'm 39 years old. I can make it. I can go make extra money if I need to. There are many people in our community that can't do that, and to ask them to sacrifice other things, and frankly, probably a lot of them, there's not much left to sacrifice, I just think is highly irresponsible. 9% on the heels of whatever it was, 6.9% last year. And I do think it's important as we open this budget back up that you look, this is just the municipal portion of the budget. This isn't the school. This
Which
isn't
we have
county
no
taxes.
control over, by the way.
Correct, I understand that. But at the same time, as a taxpayer in the town of Pittsfield, it all comes out of all of our pockets.
Right.
So it's important that you don't just say, well, this is just 9, 10%, whatever it's going to be overall. This is just one portion of it. So I think as we go into these discussions on what's going to be funded and what's not, that's in the back of everyone's mind as well. And the last thing that I wanted to bring up, and I'm bringing it up only because it's a freight train that could potentially be coming down the tracks. Our former assessor has let the town know that he's resigning his position. Our former assessor is probably the premier tax assessor in Maine. regarding the valuation of commercial and industrial properties. I spoke with the town manager on this issue as soon as I understood that he was retiring, and let her know that if you hire another assessor, oftentimes they will value certain electrical assets at what they're declared by a business, by a utility company. In our case, it's about $15 million different of taxable valuation. I just want everyone to know that when we hire someone, which I understand that we have, but I'm not positive about
You approved
that.
a contract at the last meeting, yes.
Okay. I guess my question is for Catherine, were you assured by the company that you hired that they are able?
They understood the issue and indicated they were able to take care of that particular item. That was an important question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dugas, did you
Yeah,
have,
I
do you have
would just
anything new to add, or are you?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I do.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like you to come up with a number that you think is an acceptable amount to go up in a year. So we want to get this budget at 2.5% increase this year, 2.5% next, and so forth. Because by the time you tack on the county and the school, right, we're probably going to get to that 8 if we go up 2.5%. And then you guys decide where those monies are best utilized. If you believe it's the police department, then allocate it to the police department. So don't go carte blanche and say, well, we all need this. Okay.
Well, that's actually where we did things a little bit different this year. I mean, I've been on town council for 6 years, and we typically go to and talk about what we want to have the end look like, and then we try to fit things into that. This year we didn't talk about what we wanted the end to look like. We just talked about what everybody needed because there were so many needs. And then when we got to the end, we got to see at the last minute, and that's part of the reason why I did what I did, because it was a big thing to chew, you know.
I understand, Caleb, and we can go over that and go over. We've gone by that. We're trying to come up with something different.
So you want us
What's the number?
so you want us to maybe start by saying, okay, we should have a 4% or 5% increase tonight, right now, and then
or 2%, 2.5%. I mean, something.
And how
that's
would you
workable.
propose that we do that?
Find ways to make cuts.
Which
So
means
maybe
we
we don't
have
get
to have
another.
full-blown budget meetings.
Maybe we don't get another staff member for the town office after we just added an assistant manager.
An assistant to the manager.
An
As
assistant
an
to-
administrative assistant.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So we're
So-
still back at the same point where we have to pass a budget tonight.
But there's got to be some direction.
There does. There does need to be direction.
That's what I'm
But
asking
I'm not in favor of saying 2% and that's it, because it overlooks the fact that, just fixing, Catherine, where do we have the list?
Attached to the
Of
1218 work has the list of the additional items that so that was attached to the
This was for the special meeting, this was what we had. For 12-8, the public hearing, It's the public hearing document. So,
But again, Heather, I understand there's a multitude of issues, but, I have a multitude of issues in my business.
oh, I do too. I'm doing my budget. I do too.
I can't fix them all this year. I can't just say I'm gonna spend all this money
I
and
completely
fix
agree
them
with
this
you.
year.
I completely agree with you.
Well,
And-
that seems to be the way we're going.
Well, you have to realize that this, even though there's increases here, it doesn't.
Substantial.
Substantial increases, yes. It doesn't begin, it's a start as to, it's a start as to the work that needs to be done. And that's the problem that we're in, I think, generated from the fact that for many years, it was, there will be no more than 2% increase. And so a lot of the work that we've put in here to be done this year and paid directly out of taxation money is deferred maintenance on the buildings, this building in particular,
and other buildings, as well as trying to have enough staffing.
So let me ask you
My
this.
big thing is we should have staffing to the point that we are not paying time and a half to employees, because that's pretty expensive.
So we pay $12,000 for custodial services? in
Custodial
here?
services,
So we
minimal
wanna hi-
custodial services.
So we want to hire a full-time guy that can do maintenance work and whatnot. We want to give them
Yes.
benefits, and we want them to make, they want to be the
And do
custodian.
custodial work?
It would be, because he's,
To
the
the tune of
position is
60.
within the Public Works Department, so it would fall under Public Works. His primary duties would be maintenance on this building, the library, the theater, as well as custodial work
Well, we may not
here,
have the
and in
theater.
those, we may not. So if there's extra time in his week, then there would be a regular maintenance schedule come up with between Public Works and the town manager, whatever they work out.
So-
If there's extra time in the week, then that time would be applied to Public Works
So let me ask you
and
this.
projects that they have.
Could we not hire that reoccurring $60,000 position that's only going to go up and
Mhm.
invest $60,000 in repair work?
That's beyond the repair work that's already scheduled.
That's what I'm saying.
Because you
Not
can
hire
do the repair work,
employee.
but you gotta do the maintenance.
I get it.
To it.
Pay a little bit more for your maintenance company, whatever it is.
Finding a maintenance company is so difficult, so.
Really?
That's-
There aren't,
that's
there
what
aren't a lot
comes-
out there, and the ones that are, there aren't a lot of good ones.
That's the problem that we're running against, is a lot of the services aren't there anymore. We put out bids, we get no bids back. That's why we waive the bid policy a lot, because we put out a bid for something and we get no bids back. So we waive the bid policy and we stay with the person that we're with. That's how we're in the position of having to start doing our own plowing, because he wants to retire. There isn't any other plow company out there that return bids back to us
Well,
that were reasonable.
he's my
So
father-in-law.
it's-
So here's the reality. If you'd have paid him what he needed to get to plow the roads, he probably wouldn't be getting out of it.
That wasn't the information that we received,
We never received that
so.
information.
It's not the information
So
anymore.
at any rate, trust me, I had dinner with him tonight.
Okay, but that, I'm just saying, we're making
Here's what I'm
decisions
saying.
on the information that we
There's tough
receive.
decisions that need to be made, and we need to make them.
Okay,
We need to get our budget at a reasonable increase that's not gonna add thousands of dollars to my tax bill, that I've gotta somehow find a way to pay for. Because I don't just have a $100,000 house. I have more than that.
mhm,
And it's a substantial amount of money just for the town. To say nothing about what the school's gonna bring us. And I had a very long conversation with Superintendent Cardy today. There's probably gonna be an increase, right? And I don't know that the county's ever held consistent to a flat no increase.
okay, I'm gonna,
So, yeah, we can go on forever.
we
Just
can,
get
and
it
I feel
down
like
to a
we are, but,
negotiable
I
number.
mean, we hear you, we understand that you want the budget down, we understand that you want as
There's
low an
only so
increase
much
as
we can do.
possible, but we need to work within the parameters that we have, and we need to make some progress on this. So I'm gonna ask counselors if they have any other suggestions, and I lost my piece of paper flipping through what I was writing on. Matt had suggested closing the theater to save $90,000 a year, hiring the additional ACO officer / patrolman for half a year, $5,000 to the reserve officers, a shared administrative assistant, which Deb has reservations about the logistics. Not the idea of it and that it's a bad idea, but the logistics of actually having someone hop back and forth between multiple offices.
Right, and how much does the assistant that we already have, how much is that person doing? And is there time to be effective for the chief of police?
Okay. And then Howie had reiterated the need for the $10,000 raise for the chief based on the amount of extra patrol shifts he's picking up, because we don't have enough patrolmen to cover all the shifts.
I would like
And
to
they have a hard
speak to that.
time. You would agree to that?
Heather,
Yes.
I have another thing.
Great.
Just looking back through here, refresh my memory. We had generator replacement on the list for $35,000. I hate to say we don't replace it and then tomorrow we have this huge like power outage, but we haven't really needed to rely on this generator.
It's actually in a different budget, so
It's not in this budget.
That's a capital, or is it?
It should be in the capital budget.
it
I
is,
thought
but
it was
there's a
just-
massive.
No, I'm sorry,
capital
it's under the ordinance, under the additionals, replacement of municipal building generator replacement. It is in the additionals. No, it is capital budget, sorry.
It is.
Ordinance 2019 capital budget.
Okay, I thought we could
Was
modify
the
it.
generator.
Modify any of the budget. using-
We can.
You
Right?
can on that item.
Yes.
But we have used the generator.
Oh, yeah.
I would
Yeah, it
be
gets used
leery
for
about
this
that,
time.
Roy. The minute you don't replace it, it's the minute you can need
I
it.
When we have
understand, but-
works, it's just undersized.
Yeah,
Is
it
it-
works. But it's just,
The demand that's put on it at any
That's
given
not
time.
We
Maybe we
have
can-
a few items.
Right.
I don't recall, it doesn't say here,
What?
Which one?
the generator that we currently have versus the one that we want to buy.
It was,
It was a recommendation of the electrician because they were going to hook up
far as
the rest
the
of
one
the
we
building
have.
or part of the building and said that there wasn't enough capacity.
What was the rating, do you remember?
No, but it didn't handle the.
75 to 100
Yeah.
for replacement.
Yeah.
75 to 100 what?
The one we have now is 45, and the one we
45
expect was
A
100.
20 kW generator will run this whole building.
That's
Yeah,
what I
that's what we
thought
were
too.
expecting out.
20 kW, okay? And how much money do you have?
35,000.
Too much.
Yeah, that's what I
That-
thought.
That's a $20,000 generator, 22, I just bought one.
I think
okay?
it was installation and rewiring, there was some issue with the interface of the, putting the generator in. Because I questioned that also. Because we have a 45 kW generator on the farm, and it did not cost me $35,000. So,
It didn't what?
I said, we have a 45 kW generator on the farm, and it did not cost me $35,000. But that apparently is installation as well as interfacing, so. And then the old one was destined to be repurposed in Public Works, I believe.
Or another.
So,
Or another building.
so why don't we scratch
Wanna
that?
wait on that?
We scratch that from the budget this year, we put it out to bid at some point this year so we can get like some competitive
I like
rates,
that
because
idea.
it sounds, what I'm hearing is
Yep.
there could be a better rate. So we can do our homework on it, so we don't
Okay,
just
so
buy
now we got,
whatever.
so let's add up what we've cut.
Well, we have.
Because you keep
yeah,
going back.
These are proposals, so, so we haven't discussed, Matt's suggestion to close the theater. So if we do everything that Matt is suggesting, it'd be 90,000 less expenditure, net expenditure between revenue and
Right.
expenses in the theater. It'd be 30,000 for a part-time ACO patrolman for half year, correct, Chief? Is it accurate just to say it's half because it's a half a year? Or are there other costs that make it not exactly half? Do you know?
I think we
I
can just
believe
cut
it
it in
was
half.
60,000,
Right.
and half of that,
Give it half.
that included salary and benefits.
But you can just take the position and just say it's half. And that works mathematically and within
Yeah.
this.
Realistically.
And then
Plus the
we-
35 for the generator.
Matt, you were adding the 5,000 in for the reserve
Yep.
officers. And Howie wanted to add in the 10,000 for the police chief, correct?
I did.
And then we're gonna take out 35,000 for the generator replacement. Was there anything else, Caleb, that you had in the budget that you had looked through that,
Chief, can I get your, I think you had something to say.
I just want to bring up the admin assistant. I appreciate everybody's input. But I think if we work together, we can make this work. And we can at least try it, see how it works.
okay.
And if it doesn't work, we can come back to the drawing board next year. And the key though is the person has to sit over on the police department side so they can greet the people, be a representative for the public walking in.
Right.
They can still do the town hall work, if we're talking a matter of feet to from where they would be sitting over to the other side, and if it's overwhelming for the admin assistant, then we regroup. But let's try it. It's a way to save money. Why not try it?
It costs us nothing to try it.
It doesn't hurt anything to try, just like Mr. Viggy said.
Okay.
So the person goes to different buildings and works with different committees, so they would have to repurpose their time, and perhaps what will have to happen is that the administrative assistant can help all the departments, and the assistant, Michael, who I have yet to get help from because he's working in the front office and reorganizing that, and doing town clerk's business here, and some other items, will have to take some of his time and some of the administrative assistant, and then put it in the police.
What is the administrative assistant? Well, I don't want to get into personnel.
Right.
You know, it's
We'll
going to
divide
be your
it-
purview to
we'll
make it
divide
work.
it up between the
If
two
we
of
say
them.
this is what we want to do, then that one position I wouldn't want to take two people to switch them around and stuff. I think that would be confusing because the chief did say they had to have some training. So I would want a
Right.
dedicated half-time person and just say this is their time, half-time, they're sitting in this office Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 10 to 2 or something like that. I mean, chief, you would know what the busiest time of the day is and what the most effective hours would be, and then, you know, go from there. I think it's enough for the council to say that we like this idea, and then Catherine, we're gonna throw it at you and have you implement it, pretty much. I think that's what it's gonna come down to.
We can divide it out.
Okay.
I
So that doesn't actually add to the budget though, because
Yeah.
that position's already in there and already funded, correct? We've already been paying that out of the other funds, so that is a really great idea, but it doesn't affect the bottom line here, correct? Or does it?
If you're not, you already took the administrative assistant out for the police, so
Right.
it's already there in other places.
Okay.
So divide it up amongst the different jobs in the office, we're not making any changes.
Okay.
In
So
the bottom line.
is everybody good with that?
Yeah.
Bob? You good with that?
Yep.
Okay. So
What about, so just another idea, because, I mean, this is not fun, but this is what we've got to do. And I don't love it, but what about I'm just going to throw it out there, what about the idea of cutting the other position of the custodian and taking and adding, like, maybe cut, because that's a $50,000 position, and then cut that whole 50, but add 10,000 to the line item for like our contractual cleaning. So maybe we can get somebody who's better, or pay them to do more cleaning for us, and that will save us potentially 40,000, because we're looking for big ticket things here, I think.
we are.
Yep. So I'm just wondering but maybe, yeah.
Their maintenance also, and I think that was the big concern going, because if you look at the $50,000, if you take what we're already paying for the custodial contracts, which we wouldn't be paying, and back it out of
Yeah.
that, it was $12,000.
Was that meant to be like that, Catherine?
Pardon?
Is the $12,000 for contractual cleaning, is that is that line item been removed and then we hired the custodian?
Correct, it's been removed from the library and the municipal building, which is why both those budgets were down.
Okay,
Right.
okay, yeah.
So some of the decreases in the other budgets are balanced by increase in these other things. I mean, there's a little bit of give and take there within the budget. So that's why I'm not really in favor of looking at these percentage increases, because it looks at it in isolation and not in relation to the rest of the budget. So it makes it look like we're saving money in the library, but not in public works. You know, it inflates public works because part of the library cleaning is over there now. Part of the municipal cleaning is over there now. Does
So
that make
really,
sense?
we'd only be looking at like if we did
It's-
something like that, we'd only be looking at like a $25,000 savings. Because it was, I
Pretty
think
good.
sorry?
That's pretty good.
Yeah, because it was 20, because we're talking like $12,000 was the line item for cleaning.
So if it's $12,000 for the line item that we've been paying all along, and we hire someone to do maintenance, custodial, and public works labor if they have time and everything's caught up, who knows when that would be.
Yeah.
It would be a net gain of $38,000 to the budget, not $50,794.
So then if we took
Correct.
$10,000 and added it to the $12,000 to make it $22,000 to add, because the place needs to be cleaned better, you know.
So you're saying you would rather pay $22,000 just for cleaning services and not have any additional maintenance done on the building?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm just coming up with other ideas, big ticket ideas that we can save money on, you know, because we're coming down to not like.
I just want to make sure that your intent on
Yeah.
that was clear, that you're saying that you would rather spend $10,000 more on the cleaning and have better cleaning, which is just like vacuuming windows and all the basic cleaning stuff
And
done
no
better.
maintenance on
But we
the
lose
building.
the
Well,
benefit of having
you
maintenance
can't really say
done.
no maintenance.
Well, the cleaning people aren't
Yeah,
going
yeah,
to do
yes,
maintenance.
yes.
And maintenance
No.
right now falls to Public Works.
I know. I mean, I was a big proponent of having a custodial person be. So I mean, I am for that, but we're also trying to think of ways to cut it to get this to
But
get the numbers down lower. You know.
Right,
So
but that
I'm-
position has started out as a you had custodial services.
Yes.
But now you want that person to do maintenance, and that's a totally different
Oh
thing.
yeah, no, they would just do better cleaning and all. Yeah, I don't know.
Better cleaning
Heather-
isn't maintenance.
Heather,
I mean, the building's
If
falling
you do the
apart.
custodial position,
Mark,
okay,
sorry.
and he's gonna do the cleaning and the repairs, okay? And you've established that we have some pretty good repairs that need to be done. Where is the funding gonna come to buy all the materials that this gentleman needs to do these repairs?
The materials were already
Or
put
woman.
into the maintenance of the municipal building budget. Is a different line in the operations budget. Already
So you
has.
guys feel qualified to come up with an accurate number for those repairs, or you got estimates from contractors who you can't get,
Well,
as you pointed out? to
There's
do
a
these
difference
repairs?
between maintenance and repairs. So maintenance would be like the light bulbs are out, somebody's available to do that, so we're not pulling Public Works off of projects that they're doing to do it. It wouldn't be, like if there's electrical work to be done, like minor things,
I
they
understand.
would be qualified. We would hire someone qualified to do minor carpentry, electrical repairs. But if there was something major, then that would be total different.
So you're gonna have, this
expense.
guy's not gonna fix the roof,
No, not that kind of
right?
maintenance.
So, I mean, you don't think for $10,000 you can find somebody to come in and change light bulbs?
Well, I'm just using that as an example
I
of maintenance
understand,
to
but
the
what else do you want them
buildings.
to do? They're gonna be vacuuming, doing windows and changing light bulbs.
For 3 buildings. It's this entire building,
I'd
the
be
whole
glad to know when that
library,
job comes
and
up.
the theater. So,
I think you'll have plenty of applicants.
and painting.
Yeah, I just think, I think Caleb's going down the right road there.
Okay.
But I don't think, I agree with what you're saying. I don't think we should pay $10,000 more for vacuuming and washing windows. I think we should pay $10,000 more to have somebody paint, change light bulbs, and vacuum and do the windows.
Handyman type work.
So that would basically be hiring the position just for less pay.
Subcontractors. You need somebody to paint, get Ed Florida to come in and paint.
So that would be more like adding money to the municipal building operations budget versus
10,000,
having
as Caleb
that.
mentioned. Right?
So it's-
And now we save 28,000, and we don't have a reoccurring
Because you're only paying once a
28
year.
plus.
You know, like, that's like a week project. And it's
Or,
done.
you know, every 35 years. That's
Or,
what
yeah,
they're
every
doing
30
it.
years
So,
like we do.
So right now, we have contractual last year was $7,542 as, well, no, I'm sorry, that was the original projected amount for this year's budget. And that included everything from carpet cleaning, which I'm assuming we're still taking the carpet out.
Yeah, we still get the tile in there.
Yeah, that would include floor cleaning, sprinkler system, annual maintenance, and some of these things are contractual that certain people have to work on certain systems.
Like the fire department.
Like
doing
the
it.
elevator maintenance. We're not gonna do our own elevator maintenance. We have to hire someone to do
Right.
that. And apparently there's only, one company in Maine that does that?
There's
Or New England?
There's three, but you have one that's very good.
So Caleb, are you saying we should add,
Well,
how much do you wanna add to the operating, because that would be operating budget, correct?
That's the operating budget.
I disagree. I haven't had a chance to speak,
Okay.
so I would like a chance to speak. I think it's a bad move to remove the maintenance person that you want to hire to have them. The issue is, as I see it, that's okay, I can wait.
Gentlemen, thank you. Go ahead, Deb.
For years and years and years, we haven't spent any money on doing the things we needed to do. And now we have to do them. We have to maintain this building and bring it back up to snuff. And everybody here that works for the town wears more than one hat. This maintenance person is also going to be vacuuming, dusting, changing light bulbs, washing, shampooing carpets, and fixing stuff. The administrative assistants in the town office have 3-4 jobs apiece doing different things, and now we're going to add that to the police chief, who, in my opinion, is going to wind up shortchanged because his administrative assistant is going to have some specific training and need to be able to do specific things that only the police department would need. I think that this whole thing has gone on too long, and now cutting that position and just getting more vacuuming and is ridiculous.
Well, no, the proposal was to put more money into the municipal building operations budget, so that when we needed painting done, we'd call a painter.
But
We'd
who
hire a
does the
painter.
everyday
And then-
maintenance? The highway department, who's already short-staffed.
Only because they're plowing roads.
So
They're always short-staffed.
Okay.
They're always short-staffed.
So
They
let's-
have been for the last 20 years.
Hey Deb,
Let's
Deb,
move
I know
this-
you married the woman.
Okay, let's move this
That has nothing
forward.
to do with it.
Let's-
I'd like to move this forward, and we're not getting anywhere here. So we need a concrete proposal. Deb, you are in favor of keeping the maintenance position intact as it is?
I think in the long run, that is the wise decision. There are other ways. How about, instead of cutting that position, we start paying to take our trash to the dump?
We can explore that.
When I was in New Hampshire for a year taking care of my firstborn grandchild, that's what they did where I lived.
Yep.
It was $1 a bag, and they had a recycling program.
That's
And
definitely-
so, buying the bag to throw out your trash prompted you to recycle more.
You're talking pay per throw.
Pay for throw, exactly.
So, thank you, John.
That's
Donnie has-
another way to
Yeah.
have revenue or to cut the expenses in the transfer station.
So the transfer station is, we can get to that, but I want to focus on what we're talking right now.
Right,
So-
but I'm just saying, I think cutting that position is a mistake
Okay.
in the
so
long run.
I'm going to poll the council on whether we should keep that position or not. Deb, you're in favor of keeping it?
I'm in favor of keeping that position and finding it somewhere else.
Caleb?
I'm in favor of cutting the position and trying it for a year. Trying spending some of the money somewhere else for a year. So, yeah, I'm in favor of giving it a shot for a year of cutting
Okay.
it.
Do you have a dollar amount that you think would be appropriate for,
I don't know.
and this is us kind of on the fly because we have to do it tonight.
Yeah, no. So let's say that let's use my original number, the 10,000, I guess.
Okay, so it would be the regular cleaning, Catherine, this 7542 is our regular contractual cleaning.
that's in the municipal budget?
All right. The 7542 is all of the contractual accounts that we have now. There is no cleaning in there because we took it out.
So this has already been removed from this?
Correct. It's been removed from the library also, which is why both library and municipal building are reduced.
Okay, so how much was our contractual was 12,000 this past year?
Yes.
And you want to add another 10,000 for Caleb incidental maintenance?
Yes, yep, to hire someone to do some painting
Individual.
and stuff like that, just to
Okay.
try it for a year. I know what Deborah's saying. I was on her side a
Yep.
while ago, but now we're trying to, you know.
Okay, so
Yep.
Bob, your feelings on this?
And that was financing, that was one thing that I did want to cut, even then.
Cut. Okay, so
The
you're,
custodial position.
so you want to cut it completely and do what
And I
Caleb
agree
is
with, yes,
suggesting?
and I mean, I guess
Okay.
10,000 is a good number to start with. You know, I don't have a number off the top of my head, but.
Okay. Howie?
Well, I've heard what the townsfolk have said, and I would, that's one position that I think we can cut for now with the 10,000 out of it.
Okay, so you're in favor of contractual as needed for maintenance up to $10,000?
Yeah.
An additional $12,000 for our regular cleaning services? Matt?
I'm in favor of, well, I don't like it, but I'll go with cutting the position and giving $10,000 to try it for this year.
Okay, and I would vote for that also. So Catherine, that's our first concrete thing we've come up with.
Yes, that's true.
Because Catherine has to keep track of all these things we're throwing out in order, we had to come up with a final
So
number
let's
at the
go
end
back
of the
to the
night, so we
let's
have
go
to be
back to
able
the
to
theater.
keep
Yep.
this concise so that we can follow along.
Have we made
So-
a decision on the theater? Because there's been a lot of talk.
We haven't done that yet, I was going one by one
Heather,
here.
do you want to just put together what we had all talked about so far and just make like one thing, and then we can say whether we support it or not?
Well, and that was kind of a big elephant in $90,000 in the theater, and I think that's a bigger discussion
Okay,
than
you wanna
just,
go do
oh,
that
hey,
separate?
everybody, let's close the theater or not, what do you think? So, I think that just based on other discussions we've had
Okay.
around that
I agree with
issue,
you.
I
We'll
don't
take-
think
we'll
that we
handle
should
that
just
one
say
separately.
yay, nay on a number. And plus, there might be other items in here that need adjustment. The library budget, we need to add back in the contractual, or the 12,000 covers us on that?
It wasn't long ago.
Because, hold on a second, does that cover the theater, or the
Didn't you
library?
say, yeah, didn't you say that was the municipal building and the library?
Right, so if we're making changes to the municipal building, operating budget,
Yeah.
then we have to take some of that, cleaning contract.
For the
And
library.
put it back into the library, so a change here affects the budget
Right,
over here on
right.
the other departments, so we have to make sure that we keep track of those things being changed.
Go with the 22,000.
And that's,
Which you don't need to divide up between the budgets, I'll do all that at the end, we just need the total figure.
we just need a total figure, okay, so we're
Make it
okay.
easier.
Okay, so that's done. Matt's other thing was the ACO officer, being half year, and that would be a patrol officer and ACO duties through the police department. Matt, you're still okay with that?
Yep.
Howie?
Yep.
Bob?
Yes.
Yep.
Caleb? Deb? Okay. So that's that.
So you're adding that in with
That's
this out.
adding in
So it's a
30,000. So we just took out 30 and we added 30. Ish.
We have to have the ACO officer for the rest of the year.
We do have to adjust the ACO budget because that affects,
I left the ACO in.
that was left in because we weren't sure when we were gonna hire.
Correct. And the
So-
chief said.
So it's
still
already
in
in there?
ACO.
Yep, so they would provide coverage for when the officer is not on duty, correct?
I left the ACO budget as is because the police chief had indicated that we would still need to have an ACO.
Right. So, and Pete, I'm sorry, that would be for coverage. Having an ACO on call would be for coverage for when our patrolman / ACO position would not be in effect, or when they were not on duty
Just for the first half of the year.
for the first half of the year, or?
Right, but we'd have to work that out contractually also.
Yeah, I think we need to leave that alone.
So we have to go back and evaluate that.
It's hard to get an ACO, and they have to piece all their jobs together.
Right,
to
okay.
survive.
But we should leave funds in there.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, we haven't changed
alone.
it. It is as it stands. So,
We'll just add 30. For the
for the halftime patrolman / ACO duty officer. So, and then, Matt, you had suggested 5,000 for the reserve officers, which was one of the, was that one of the, we had 5,000.
That was in there still, I think.
We had 5,000 as a deputy chief position.
That was the captain.
That's for the
Captain
deputy.
/
That was a happy
deputy
year also,
chief.
right?
I'm sorry?
Wasn't that for happy year also, or?
No, it was,
No, it was the entire year.
Oh,
a
okay.
flat. Yeah, it was less than originally requested.
So the police chief has already put money into the regular budget that was the original budget for the reserve
For
officers.
reserves. So that isn't needed then because it's already in there?
There already was more money put in.
Okay, so do we want to, I guess we should start by going through these additionals, and one of the additionals was 5,000 to create a captain deputy chief position, because they would have additional administrative duties as well as supervisory duties, and as I recall, it would be a way for professional development within the department, so that there's some opportunity for advancement beyond the patrolman status. Otherwise, somebody would be at patrolman for 30 years or something until somebody retired.
Originally,
Correct.
if you remember, I proposed 20.
Yeah.
But in the budget committee meetings, it was
And we
settled
negotiated
on
down.
5.
Yeah,
You had requested 25,000.
Yes.
And we settled on 5,000.
yeah, there's a $20,000 gap there.
So we won't need the 5,000 for the reserves? Is that what-
No, because there's already money in the budget that was
Already
already
increased in the regular budget.
Yeah, yeah. So do we want to
So where are we at right now?
we didn't finish going through the rest of Matt's thing. The only concrete thing that we've changed that I can see is the Public Works. We changed that to $22,000. It's not a Public Works position, it's a contractual position for cleaning and light maintenance for the town buildings. And then it's a half-time for the ACO at $30,000.
Which is the patrol officer.
Patrol / ACO. It's in the additionals draft, 1218. Any of the 1218 budget.
That's what I'm looking at,
will
I just
have it
can't
in
find
there.
it.
It's under full-time police officer.
Yes.
It says 60,000, but we.
It's the next to last item. So we deleted counselor pay. We added fees for an employee. It's what kind of fees are those? They're just administration fees that are usually paid. We added $150 to that. The police chief's salary was the next item. Howie had suggested keeping the 10,000 in there. Matt?
I want to give Chief, we gave him a raise to 60,000, and I originally, we negotiated 70,000.
Right.
Is there
Okay.
any more
So-
room,
He didn't get a raise. He got a cost of living adjustment, like all the employees did, to go to the 59,000. That was a cost of living adjustment, and the cafe payment, which is in lieu of an extra insurance, was added into wages this year. So it makes it look like everybody got a raise, because that cafe payment, that's usually a cash payment in lieu of additional insurance coverage, is included in their wages this year. And Catherine did that because it was confusing all of us what this extra line item was and why it wasn't included in salary. So the only pay raise that the police chief currently has, I believe, is the
3%?
2 to 3% COLA
Yeah,
across
that
the
was a
board.
misunderstanding that I had too.
Everybody
I thought it was like
It was
3%.
very,
I know.
3%. That was very confusing. So
Yeah,
his-
that was a confusing part on like the way that I looked at the.
So
Yes.
everyone was given 3% and everyone was treated the same.
Well, that's not
And then-
true
and then
because
you
we
had-
made adjustments.
We made 2 adjustments because you
Yes.
wanted the HR taken care of by somebody else, so we had to pay for that.
Yeah.
And then when we moved the cafe payments over, it made one department head, because they had this special insurance program from the past, end up making less money than a beginning clerical person, so we had to make an
So we
adjustment.
did some adjustments
Yeah,
with
so
that.
there were only 2 adjustments.
Okay, and then the other adjustment was $10,000 to the health and safety officer for jobs that they were already doing that they just had never been paid for.
Which is the department head that was gonna make less than
Correct.
clerical.
Correct. So that was the second adjustment that we made. So there's $13,000 in wage adjustments plus $10,000 for the chief, if we agree to keep that in. So it's $23,000 in wage adjustments. Howie, did you still want to keep that, obviously, because you made the motion
prefer
for
to.
it? Okay. Bob?
Can I just finish?
Yes, I'm sorry, I thought you were.
This is where I'm at, Chief, you know. We're already asking for like 8% increase, and I want to give you all the money we can, but I want to come back next year and give you more money. And I don't know if, you know, if we bring you to 70, I don't know if there'll ever be a huge jump again. It'll always be 2 or 3%.
I don't think
Did
he's
you-
asking for a huge jump. I think he's asking just to be like, within the range of other police
The
departments in
average
the area.
police chief, there's a company that does a survey for all police chiefs and sheriffs in the state of Maine, and the average is $95,000.
I understand, but it's just to look at the numbers, it's about almost 20%. From 52 to 70.
It's not
Right,
52,
but
it's
it's-
59.
Or, okay, 60 to 70.
It's bringing him more in line, bringing that position, whoever it is, more in line with what other people are getting paid. If you get a good person, and Chief's resume speaks to the best thing we've had in a long time,
I agree. I'm
you
just
need to
saying.
keep him.
I don't want him to be disappointed when it comes next year and we can't give him, another $10,000. I don't, you know what I mean? I want to be.
I do,
fair.
but my rationale would be saying we gave the department head at the transfer station an extra $10,000 to continue doing the jobs that he wasn't being paid for. Well, the chief has
Same
done
thing.
more than $10,000 worth of extra shifts that he never got paid for. So.
No, I understand that. I don't want to disappoint him from coming in next year thinking like we're gonna be able to pull out another 10,000. Like I don't think that we're gonna be able to get another 10,000 next year. Like it'll probably be 3 years.
Well, we don't know that. Who knows?
So
We could win the
Deb-
lottery.
Go ahead,
So
Chief.
Deb, you're,
I'm in favor of
Okay,
the
Kayla?
10,000.
Bob?
There's been a lot of misinformation on this subject. So if I could get the MMA salary survey, which we did check for everyone, Maine Municipal Salary and Benefits Report 2017, most recent data that was available as of 9/6/2018. And we didn't compare the positions to positions in Waterville, Augusta, and the SO because they're not in our class category. Our class category is towns 3,500 to 5,000 basically. And so that compares us to Bridgeton, Bucksport, Calais, Clinton, Dover, Foxcroft, Fort Fairfield, which was the one that
We're
I
gonna
listed
add
at the meeting, and Fort Fairfield was 60,361. I didn't mention Fort Kent. Fort Kent was 73,486. But Freiburg, Kennebunkport, Lincoln, Livermore Falls, Mechanic Falls, Millinocket, Monmouth, North Berwick, Norway, Paris, Pittsfield, Rockport, Sabattis, Vassalboro, Waldoboro. And we had to use the 2017 data because 2018 is still being inputted. So we're always a year behind.
Yep.
And so those were just double checked after all this was done, just to see if things were in the ballpark. There was no salary survey done. We're using the Maine Municipal Association materials, which we use on everything, including legal assistance and such. And so when you go down and take the average, which 3 people have gone in and checked, that average for 2017 was $58,782.
I guess
So that's just the information that we use for all the positions, just to double check.
Okay.
And that's all that is.
And I appreciate
Is that
that,
the
and I
open
think
one? I
it's good
have it.
information, but I also think that it is important to note
Information
that
from MMA.
I understand it's from MMA, and Pete, I think we have this
We already
information
have it.
already.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Why are you doing this? These are surrounding
We
communities.
got it
Right,
at a
because we
previous
always
meeting.
use MMA
So-
for towns our size, not cities.
The important thing to remember is that we all just voted that yes, we agree this is, I mean, we all just kind of gave the nod to it, so it's okay to add that.
Add
Oh,
it.
Bob, I was waiting for you.
I just want to.
Speak, please.
Yes, my thing was, I'd love to give everybody in town a $10,000 raise. But we can't do that.
Well,
If
not
you look
everyone's
at-
wearing a gun either.
I'm speaking,
Deb,
please.
can you please do that?
Uh,
Thank you.
And I understand he's doing a good job. And he says he's not paid what other chiefs are paid, according to his salary. But if you look at Catherine's probably in the lower part of her pay also. Yep.
Well, I think many people are. And we're doing,
No,
we
no.
want to do our own pay plan, but we just couldn't do it during this year when we
Right.
went through the whole capital budget.
Right.
I think most people are, because we always paid the council's position was always to make sure the employees had their benefits taken care of, and the wages were always lower.
So Bob, to
But
boil
I-
it down, you would
No.
not be in favor to adding this?
No.
Okay.
So we need to put that to a vote.
Well,
Well,
I'm
Matt's
just,
got
this is
something
more
else
like
to
a straw poll.
I just want Chief to respond.
He had his hand up.
Yep,
Yeah.
I just was trying to get everybody before I went back to the
Sorry,
audience.
you're the mayor.
No, deputy mayor.
Or deputy mayor.
Chief, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify another point. First point was on the captain position. I'd proposed $20,000, not $25,000. On my salary, I was making $52,000, $52,249.60. It was supposed to go up to $59,342 yesterday. I had proposed $75,000, and I had agreed to go down to $70 with the stipulation about the other $5,000 for the reserves, to put me in line with most of the chiefs in this area. That's what they're making. And I'm working 55, 65, 70 hours a week sometimes. I don't want to speak for the other chiefs, but it's not just based on 40 hours. I appreciate what you're saying.
And there's
but
nothing against you at all, Pete.
I'm not saying there is. I'm not saying there is from anybody. I'm just saying the facts. It's, I just want to be treated fairly.
Thank you, Chief. Based on our straw poll, I'm going to add that back in
I'll just say yes.
to the budget.
Yeah.
Okay. Mo? Can
I
you
just
say
want
your
to
name
ask a
too?
question to Matt, because Matt, he's got this fear of if he gets the chief a bigger pay raise, that won't be an opportunity to give him one next year. Well, why don't you offer him 70,000 and you can't revisit next year? If you take 70,000 this year, you're kind of locked in for a couple of years. I don't know if it's more money today, which I always think, hey, I'd rather have money in my pocket today than promise it to me next year, maybe. So that's what I would think as a negotiating tool. That seems fair.
So, So we're gonna leave that in there for the 10,000 for the chief. That was one of the additional items. The Public Works labor equipment operator truck driver, that position was proposed to be added in due to the extra shift work for the plowing that we've already committed to doing this year. So I really think we kind of have to do that.
I think that we need to leave that because that's what we're already committed to. But
so we're gonna leave that in.
But obviously, I think that the town council we need to further review like where we're headed with this, because we need to make sure that this is actually like the right thing. Maybe we even need to. I mean, this type of stuff just isn't up some of our ballpark, to figure out whether we should be, doing. So maybe we need to hire somebody to help us figure out if it's the right thing. But and I don't even know if that's the right way. But I say that we have to leave it now, but that it be thoroughly reviewed this year as to 2020 what we do, like whether the town continues to hire more people for the public works to do plowing, or whether we drop that and hire it out and keep the public.
Okay, so Caleb's made a proposal to keep it. Deb, do you agree with that? Do you have more to say on it, or?
Well, I want to keep it, but
okay.
You haven't answered my previous question, is how much have we cut so far? I don't care about what's been moved around, what's been taken out of the budget.
I think we're at the point where we've been moving things around, and so that was at, Catherine's going to do some numbers here. I was just trying to get through the items to see what changes we were making.
Okay, so once we do that, then I would like to address the theater.
Yes.
Because I agree with Matt.
We're still on the public works position though, so you're
I
okay
thought
with
that
keeping?
was
I just want to do like a little straw poll to make sure that everybody's on the same page.
About public works position? I thought that was already decided.
No, there were a couple positions. This is with the truck driver plowing. So, we've already committed to doing the plowing this year, so we need staff
need to hire,
do it.
right.
Yes. So for this
So
year.
yes, I agree that
Bob,
needs to stay.
here, yes. Howie? Yes. Matt?
Yeah, because my husband, when it's a snowstorm.
The laborer, equipment operator, truck
Last
driver,
one you
the
worked
plowing?
18 hours.
Really?
Yes.
Yes.
So-
Yeah, we got it.
Okay,
So, yeah.
we're kind of committed to that one.
All I would ask there is you think about down the road, if you're remotely thinking that plowing's not your gig,
I think this year might decide what we end up doing.
but once you add that employee, you're gonna take it away. So if you say next year, we're not gonna plow, we're gonna hire this out, we're gonna do it, now you got a full-time employee, what do you do with them?
Well, we revisit the budget on a yearly basis. That might be a position that we're in.
Huh?
It might be in a position that we're in next year if we
Then we'd be
reevaluate
better
this.
just to,
Well, it'd be better that we need somebody to drive that truck this year, so we've already committed to having the routes and have to plow them, so we need somebody in that truck available.
So,
for that.
so the question is though, the real question is, it's more than an operator. You bought 2 trucks this year. Where did the money come from?
It was out of the operating budget.
So
Or
operating budget.
capital.
You
it was
bought
capital.
an $80,000 truck.
Reserve funding.
So I don't want to
Okay.
revisit again, Pete,
No,
because
please,
it's already
let me
done
say
and
this.
over with, and I
Just
want to move forward
Help
through
me
the
here,
rest of it.
okay? You can take it from any place. It's the town's money,
Yes,
okay? You bought an $80,000 truck. It's a 1-ton truck with a plow.
yes.
Why? Because it doesn't need a CDL driver.
I
Because the
believe
man
the
driving
other part was that
The-
it needed to be more maneuverable than large trucks in order to do side roads and the other plowing. That was my
And
understanding.
corners, and I
The
have to
corners.
say, in towns,
Okay.
never looked better.
Listen, I run a company,
Yes.
right,
Mhm.
that has $200 million worth of equipment. I think we know what trucks are and equipment pretty well. To go out and buy a 1-ton truck and put a wing on it, I'm telling you, it's going to be junk.
Yeah.
It's going to be junk. It's not designed for that. It's a 1-ton truck, okay? But 80,000. And then you bought a
The one-
second truck.
The 1-ton cost 80,000.
Oh, yeah.
But we already own the 1-ton, we just added the wing to it.
You did?
Yeah, we already owned it, like from last year, we already bought it.
Oh, you bought that last year?
Yeah, we've had the one, I don't see.
You've had the 1 ton for something.
We just added the wing to it so we wouldn't have to buy like another wheeler. That was like a Band-Aid, so to speak. But if we would have known that S&G would have negotiated their contract, it was never brought to the boards. We thought he was just retiring, and
They don't he doesn't negotiate with you guys.
who does he
He
negotiate?
negotiates with Catherine.
Exactly. So,
He want-
so
he-
we have,
At no
there's,
time was any further increase indicated, and Stanley has said several times over the years that he wants to retire, and he has told the Public Works foreman that also.
so we have decisions that have already been made and put things in motion, and so we have to deal with what's already kind of coming our way. And one of those is we're plowing 2 routes this year. We can't change that midstream, so we have to kind of go with what's in front of us for that. And
But
part
you-
of that is being able to
Aren't
actually
you doing
drive
it
the
now?
trucks and what?
Aren't you doing it now?
We are. That's why I'm saying we can't really say we're not gonna have anybody driving the truck.
Well, you already have people driving the truck.
Yeah, and they're put in
They're gonna be burned
18,
out.
my
Yeah.
husband just worked 18 hours
So-
on the last storm, straight,
So
with
pay him
no
overtime.
meal.
The other,
Oh, I get it, I plowed them.
Okay, so the
So,
other,
we
the other
need-
issue is that if we want road work done, you need staff to do it. And it's not just a matter of we're gonna go out and pave roads. Steve has come and made multiple presentations to the council about the fact that there's work that needs to be done to the roads before we can actually pave them. The ditches, the
Right.
culverts and shoulders and all that stuff. And so that takes man hours and brush cutting, and there's all this other stuff that has to be done in advance of the actual paving. So that other, when they're not plowing, because let's face it, for maybe 4 months out of the year we don't have snow. So, during that time, they're gonna be doing those other tasks
So-
in order to catch up on the deferred maintenance over the years on our roads.
I understand all
So-
that, but again, it gets back to the point. We're not cutting anything out of this budget.
Well, that's what we're
what's
trying to do.
happening.
We're trying
You
to
are.
try and figure out what can go.
Okay.
Because that
Has anything gone
position,
yet?
that position was part of the budget that was approved. So yes, we are cutting that. If we go back to the original budget that was presented on 12/18,
So you're
that was
cutting
part
that
of it,
position.
and that is what was passed on 12/18. So we are cutting things out of that budget to some extent.
Yeah, well, right now we have cut the,
But what's the net?
Right now, help me if I go wrong here.
Right now, you've added $11,206.
There we go.
And this is what happens when you do this.
No, wait a minute.
We still haven't cut
Are
the
you
theater.
going off the base
Right, without the
budget or
theater.
the additional?
We haven't discussed the theater yet.
yeah,
Correct.
We're
which
getting
that's
there.
coming up.
Are you going off the base budget or this is the amount that was approved?
I'm thorn in my side for 20 years.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
Ridiculous. Shut her down. Shut
Yeah.
her down, and not only do we
So
save
how are we
that, we save
adding
the salaries
11,000?
and the benefits.
You've added in $22,000 for janitorial work, which was not in the budget. You're taking out the $50,794.
Right, so.
You put
it's-
in $30,000 that you had given to the roads, but have left of the roads so far, and added that back into the police budget.
What, 30,000 to the roads?
That's the half-time for the patrol officer.
So we had approved 60,000 at the 12/18 budget meeting, and we're saying we're only funding it for half a year, so
But
that's
you had,
taking out
you
30.
had already taken it out, though.
It was in Public Works, but now it's not, it's only gonna be, it's back in the police.
What?
You had, it still hasn't been taken out of the public works as of yet. It's, the money's in the public works
Okay,
budget.
so we have to take $130,000,
Yes.
we have to take that line item out, that's what's throwing it off. So,
So do
are
it.
all the councils in agreement that the $130,000 that was part of the actual amendment that started this process needs to be taken out of Public Works and just cut?
I make that motion.
Thank you, Howard.
I'll second.
Straw poll, Matt?
No.
Are you following that of why we needed to do that?
Yeah.
Well, I follow what you're
I am
saying,
following,
but I
I'm
don't
paving.
really want to leave tonight with zero towards roads. I mean,
We don't have it, we have capital.
500,000, but we still need to borrow the
It
money
has
to
to
pay
be
for it.
borrowed.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, that's borrowing.
Yeah, we don't have that money.
So to make, okay,
But
so you
we
want to
can,
leave
we
it
can
as
just
the
come
fund?
back. Let's keep going down through the things and doing
So
whatever we're gonna do.
So this is my point, that if we leave that $130,000 as a paving line item, we've actually added to the budget by adding any other additionals that weren't already included, and that was Catherine's point.
Yeah.
We've
So
cut
we
some
need to
things.
take
We've
that
cut
out
the,
in order
cut the
to.
generator. Did you get that?
35,000.
That the generator was cut, or
don't
let's
think
say
you should probably-
You didn't
postponed.
actually decide to do that.
Okay.
All right,
Were we in agreement to cut the generator?
Yes.
We did a general
Yes.
consensus,
Yes.
but we didn't say
You
so.
didn't actually do it.
Incidentally,
cut the
that
generator.
My
generator
mistake, that we didn't do it.
24
So-
kW for $16,000.
Okay, we'll call you when we're ready to bid out the generator. Okay, so that puts us in,
Now at 46,000, we're going the right direction.
we're going in the right direction now.
Okay,
Add
now-
that.
Let's talk about
That's why I wanted to make
Now-
sure we had all the
Okay.
items that we had talked
so now
about.
the next thing is take the 130,000 out.
Well, do we want to take the 130,000 out, or do we want to leave it in there and know for sure that we're going to pave 1.3 miles of road?
I don't think it's really meant to be like, that's just gonna be towards paving. We're gonna have to borrow enough money to pave one road.
I agree.
It's just leave as a line item, so like,
Help me make payments on it.
we know we have to make that payment. Like,
Just
So
don't
you want
spend,
that to be, that would be a capital,
so like,
paving
It
is
can
a
be debt
capital.
service, so
It can be debt
It
service.
can be in there.
so do we want to change that paving line item to debt service for a paving loan? Does it matter how we phrase it?
It's not gonna matter at this point, because you're still gonna debate it on whether you're going to get a loan or not.
Okay, so I just want to know that, you know, if we say we're going to use that for paving, does it get put on the ground this year, or do we say we're going to use it for paving debt service? You know, there's a difference in how we would use the money, and do we have to
Because-
make that distinction in the budget?
Because then we could borrow the money from ourselves and pay it back with that and stuff, and then do it again. Yeah. So
Do we have to make that distinction in the budget of what?
Not at this point.
Okay, so we can just
Well,
leave that
but
in
wait a
there,
minute, we
or-
don't want to forget. Why can't we just do it now?
You can do it now, you don't have to, but you can if you want.
Well, yeah, but let's just do it.
It's a matter of deciding, are we gonna put $130,000 of tar on the road, or are we gonna use $130,000 to pay down a loan
That-
and debt service?
Right, what Caleb just said.
Yes.
Yes, that, I agree with that.
You wanna decide that right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Why not?
Matt?
I mean, it's 11:15. Let's just
I
do
know.
what we need to do and get done.
Matt?
yes. Yes, because you're not gonna pave 1 mile of road and then.
Exactly.
So it's for debt service.
But if you leave it in the budget as it exists right now,
We're not.
okay?
It's.
Are you going to go for the loan for 500,000 or whatever amount, okay? And still leave the 1.5 million in Pittsfield future money untapped? If you take the 130,000 out, okay, of the budget right now, okay, so it's not gonna be taxable right now, okay? Understanding that we don't necessarily wanna borrow our way out of this, but, and we need to put a plan together, okay? But if we take the 130,000 out and say we'll pursue the bond or the loan, then we still have the 1.5 million to use that we've already got in the bank, okay, to pay down the bond at least for this year, okay? Or for next year. No, it's this year now, okay.
I'll be honest, I really don't like touching that money. I
I
haven't
know,
wrapped my
but
head around it yet.
you know, we're at a point, we've gone so far long with not doing what needed to be done,
Stretch it out.
that
Yeah.
money's gonna have to get touched sooner or later.
well, so Howie, are you saying kind of that we could take $500,000 in 2019 out of that
No.
1 point and then
No.
pay it back with the 130?
What I'm saying is get a bond, okay, that would be, you know, Catherine get a low interest bond from the state or whomever, okay, and we use the Pittsfield Future Funds as equity to help support that loan, but we use at least the interest, some of the interest that we've gotten from that, in the bank, plus a little of the principal, and pay it towards at least this year's payment on that bond.
Understanding that we can do this for a couple of years, but then we've
We need
committed
to
all
put
the money.
we need to put a plan together, but at least it decreases our obligation from the taxpayers this year, okay, by $130,000 right off the bat.
It does it this year, however.
Kicks it to next year.
Yes.
See, but we're in this position now, Catherine, because it's not been done in the past 10 years. Everything has gone to pot over the past 10 years because we've not kept up with it.
So how your recommendation is to cut the $130,000 line item to lower the budget this year and use Pittsfield's future money to pay the first year of debt service
At
on
least
the bond?
some of the debt service, or the major part, we've got a certain amount in interest that we've gotten, that we've got at least $30,000 or $40,000 right now.
We have $32,000.
Okay, and if we don't get this loan until May or June, that's going to be part of the year gone already, and we get more interest. So we got a certain amount of that money that is just interest that we're paying from the future funds, plus we take a little portion of the future funds, to pay off, or whatever percentage of the future funds.
So that would leave us with a bill each year to decide how we're going to pay for it. If
But we need
got
to put a
loan-
plan together now to how we're going to take care of the roads for the next 10 years.
Okay, I don't think that's going to happen tonight.
No, I'm not
But
planning on it tonight.
I'm just saying that if we don't have a line item in there for paving for this year, and we say that we're publicly saying we're going to get the bond and use some of the future monies to pay the first year debt service on that. Next year, hopefully, the finance committee and maybe we have a paving committee or a roads committee comes together by the beginning of the budget season next year and says this is what it's going to take to continue this forward.
Over the next 5 years or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got a couple people to say something, but what about cutting that? What about to compromise per se? What happens if we cut that 130 down to like 70,000 and put that 70,000 in debt service that we're putting a little bit of money in the budget towards the debt service?
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah.
I'm going to let you speak, and then I'm going to really curtail public input just because we're going to go.
I understand the hour, but it is important because there are tax dollars at work.
I understand that.
Everybody's spoken already.
Well, as we go through these issues, though, people may have more things. I wanted to bring forth the possibility of, and Catherine would probably be the best one to answer this, what about utilizing some of these TIF funds and seeing if we could amend the TIF, the town's portion, to use for roads? There are several other municipalities that do that, and it works. It shelters the value from state valuation, which affects your school apportionment, your county tax, and your revenue sharing. So you pick up the benefit there. If it's money you're going to spend anyhow,
So normally that's a good idea. In this particular case, the project is off a state road. So it's not as though it's down here in the middle of town where we have all the town roads that are beside it.
if you get crafty with your language, I've seen them DECD pass some pretty. I mean, it may be worth an avenue worth exploring, because if we have major road repairs that need to take place, and we just had a significant business investment in that park, and the town is eligible to capture a percentage of those dollars, it would mean you kind of are double dipping on a benefit, but it's a legal, permissible way to do it, and lots of towns do that. Towns with tax rates that are much lower than ours. So is it worth at least exploring that avenue?
We can look at it, however, that was an option that we talked to the state about, and the TIF is in a certain area, and your funds have to be used in a certain area.
Or related to that area.
It has to be close.
or
Pretty damn
regraded too.
close, there's a lot of roads out there.
Yeah,
There's-
which we
That's right,
ran,
in Phillips Corner Road, right
There's
next
a
to
lot
it.
of roads. Beans Corner Road, where'd Denver go? I heard about Beans Corner Road.
yeah, that's so far away.
I wish I had come here.
So
Only a
what,
mile
so
away.
we're gonna take the 130 out? Is that what I heard?
So,
We ran into that new LLC in which we had to, Somerset Avenue.
Okay, okay. So it sounds like a really great idea, and I'd love to learn more about the TIF process and that. But it sounds like it's not a possibility right at this moment without
correct.
investigating
It
more
would-
from
it
the
would-
state to say that we're gonna allocate that. So it still leaves us with the question of,
But it might be something if you consider for 1 year, we do something as a stopgap.
and then work on
And
that.
then work on it over the coming
Okay.
year. It's a great way to get your roads paved and
Yep.
have it, we
I
have the
agree.
investments there. You put
I
the
agree.
investment there, the value's there's dollars available.
Mhm.
Instead of spending it on whatever else we've been economically developing in this town at the tune of $100 and something thousand, and all I see is, businesses going out, why don't we spend it on something tangible that, when I talk with these members of the council, they say, everyone pisses and moans at me about roads. Let's be creative, let's think forward here, let's,
Well, I agree, it's a very creative idea, and it's something that we're gonna follow up on, and.
I put it on the list.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
we'll follow up on that, and we'll pursue that, which leaves us still back at the same point of, do we follow Howie's recommendation to, Howie, can you cap your recommendation for me again?
Well, my recommendation was basically, go for the loan, pull the 130,000 out, and when we see what the loan is finally gonna be and what the payments are gonna be, we can pay it out of the interest from,
The first
the
year.
Androscoggin and, some of the future funds.
Okay. Bob, how do you feel
But
about
you're not
that
gonna-
proposal?
Are you
Bob,
gonna tap
sorry.
the principal?
Bob,
Yeah, we're gonna have
Yeah.
to.
We're gonna have to use
does
the
that
principal.
sound
We got
like
two
a
CDs.
We have to
good
use
compromise about
But
getting the
we
roads
got
paved and being able
$40,000,
to do
$50,000
that?
in interest right now,
Caleb?
that we can get
I'm
anytime.
just waiting to hear what Pete has to say.
There
I
won't
guess.
be enough interest, there will be a lot of interest, but not enough, you will go into the principal.
Right.
And then the second year, you want to go in and borrow more money to do the roads the second year, and then we'll be getting into the principal, if we use Pittsfield's future funds.
But it sounds like we might be able to have some creative other
But
options.
we
Which
develop
means
a
that
creative
that-
plan in 2019, looking forward to 2020.
Yes.
We can do
Okay,
that.
so-
But we're also already using the funds toward the budget, so we would lose the revenue toward the budget, which will increase the taxes, because the
So we're not
first
talking
year-
about using it this year.
We're
That will
already-
be next year.
we're
The
already-
TIF funds.
We're already using the TIF funds.
No, I'm talking about
Not
using
the
the
TIF
TIF funds
funds.
for paving or debt service on the paving this
Right,
year.
but if you do that, you already have budgeted it, so it's already in there, you're just moving it someplace else, and then you'll have tax dollars paying for
Well,
other.
what are
But
we
we're
using
not
those
using-
tip dollars
We're not
for
using
right
it
now?
this year.
Economic development, it's the first year,
So,
that's what it's approved for,
For what?
for economic development budget.
I understand, but what,
What in
the
the-
money that comes in that we're setting aside from the general
The
fund,
first year.
what
it's-
exactly are we
It's paying
spending
for
that
an
money?
individual's position,
Okay,
which is a new position,
which, okay,
okay, hired this year.
yes.
That's how it's paid for.
no, not the full amount.
I'm gonna apply for it if
Um,
it ever comes open.
So, Bob, you were okay with Howie's proposal to cut the 130,000, get the bond, use the Pittsfield Futures money to pay the first year of debt service, which would actually come around in 2020?
But
Or
Caleb-
late 2019?
Caleb and Matt had another idea, putting it in for keeping 70,000 and cutting 60,000.
Okay, I'm just going around
You got
with-
two competing.
Yeah, I'm going around with Howie's. Caleb, does that sound doable?
I would, what Howie and we kind of talked about just real quickly there about maybe cutting half of it, and I would like to see some money in the budget towards debt service coming out of our regular budget, not at all coming from the Pittsfield Futures money. So that
So you would rather keep like
70 in there or some number.
65 would be half.
Yep.
That's what I was reaching
Call it
for.
65 in there. So
65 dedicated for
debt service.
debt service
Yep.
in the budget
Correct.
instead of 130.
Question, Catherine? How much would the payment on a 500,000 be for the first year?
I had a
You know,
whole
just a
listing of.
Depends how many years we do it by.
It
Yeah,
depends on how
depended
many
on
years
the-
we do it for. We had 8 different scenarios,
Yeah.
and I did not bring all those.
Would you do
I
it
don't
20
know.
year or something like that? Or?
It took us like
48.
8 years to pay off.
Yeah, at the higher payment.
Right.
Did you say 48
So,
years?
No, 48,000.
Oh, 48,000.
That's one of the estimates.
That's one of the
Yeah.
estimates. But we can pay it off quicker if we had more money in the line. So yeah, I mean that's just what my feeling is.
So you want to see $70,000 dedicated to
65,
debt,
whatever your
65
number is, yeah.
dedicated to debt service on a paving loan.
Yes.
Okay.
That we use
Howie?
pictures, yeah.
I'm
Matt?
fine with that.
Yes.
Yes.
Bob?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Compromise,
Progress.
support by Bob.
You can compromise. So $130,000
It's been painful,
is
but we're
removed from
compromising.
paving, $65,000 is added for debt service for a net loss of $65,000 to the budget.
Okay, now we're gonna go to Deb.
All right, Deb, you're on.
Theater.
Matt's idea was the theater, to just up and close the theater.
Close
I
it.
like how you keep throwing my name out.
For years, and even when I was on the council before,
All right.
it loses money every year, and we keep pumping money into it, but we don't fix the building. I will not go and sit in that theater. It's
Okay.
disgusting.
Okay.
And it operates at a loss every year.
Okay.
So why are we funding it?
Okay, Caleb?
I say we close it for 1 year with the idea that the council just gets together and we continue to talk about what's going to happen to the building. You know, like we don't want it to become like this, like this mess in the middle of our town. So I don't vote to just get to cut it and then walk away from it. We need to still deal with it. Like you know, there still needs to be something thought of. But you know, we've got to do something. So yeah.
Fine was going to buy it at one time. Was very interested.
Okay, well, we're going to keep that on the back burner. Bob?
Fine was interested.
Good.
It's the hard decision night.
It is. I mentioned that at the last meeting, I think. Yeah, I agree with Caleb. I mean, we can't just let the building sit there and percolate and go into more disrepair. So we're gonna have to put some money into it somewhere anyway.
And what's the budget? I mean, I agree. I don't want the building to fall into disrepair, but
Okay, let's go
if we
with
close the theater.
let's go with Caleb's concept of closing the theater for a year. So 1, 2, 3.
How about finding somebody to buy it
Hold
if
on.
we close it?
Hold on.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, we'd have to, if you're gonna close it.
Let's get rid of it.
Yes, originally I was thinking to try to capture like 25,000 of the 90 and putting it into like a fund because we have things that we want to do like the roof, but like consensus from the audience and everyone is kind of just like you're just throwing money away by investing in the building. So
Okay. So
1 year closed. Okay. Yes.
okay, so I want to throw an idea out there that I've been thinking of. I am in theory in agreement with closing the building for a year because we need to do some maintenance on the building. Because even if we don't keep the building, we have to put some maintenance in it because we won't be able to sell it otherwise. Unless Kleinschmidt will take it as is. Who knows?
Well, if they would, it would probably be for more. We probably wouldn't be losing any money.
So we're all in agreement that we want to have, let's say we're going to put the theater on hiatus for a year. That will pause operations, it'll pause expenses, it'll pause the minimal revenue that was coming in.
Well, what about the people that work there?
Well, that's something that we need to think about. We have a full-time theater director. We have programs in place. They've been talking about doing a live theater. They have auditions, I believe, on Saturday. So there's an idea I want to throw out there because I've been racking my brain around this and I didn't want to I didn't want to be in this seat when we talked about this. So one thing that I've been thinking of, and I kind of talked about it at one of the other meetings, is we can have a community theater, but it doesn't have to be in that building. A lot of the issues around the theater are centered around the building that it's in. And yes, it's a historic building, and yes, this has a long history with the town, but, and I've heard this said before, that not every historic building is worth being saved as a historic building and preserved as a historic building. But I had a very brief chat the other day and thinking about other places in the community where we could still have a community theater, just not in the theater. We have the equipment, you know, we invested in the digital age to be able to show movies and stuff. And so as a thought process, I'd like us to think about where else we could locate this within the town. We don't have an auditorium at our elementary schools. Is there one at the high school? I'm sorry, I don't know. My children were out of.
I mean, you could do it in Parks Gym with the balcony and the new bleachers,
Okay,
but it
so
wouldn't
there's-
be, I mean, it really would be great.
Right, so that's part of the problem, is there isn't any other great, we don't have a spare theater hanging around
There
to
isn't
go
a
to.
spare building that
So-
would accommodate, that has the acoustics that you need to show a movie.
Well, I would agree, there isn't a spare movie theater, but there is the UU Church. They have a stage, they have space, they have a kitchen downstairs. If we wanted to kind of expand our thought and do dinner and a movie as a fundraiser to help fund the theater, there's a lot of creative thinking that can go around that. There's a lot of energy in the theater group, and I think that we need to kind of capture on that. But at the same time, I don't think we need to be losing $90,000 a year.
So what's your proposal? Sorry?
I would agree with everybody else that we put the theater on a hiatus for a year.
Well, I'm not agreeing with that. I want it in the record that I think the theater should close.
Just close, period.
Period. Close it. We'd save.
The building?